Hi, everybody. I'm Ralph Shaheen alongside my good buddy Rob Klepper, and we're about a month out from our first IHRA Stock Car race for 2026, and this brand new championship is ready to go for round number 2 here, Rob, and it's going to be a really interesting series. We've got pro late models running tonight, and of course the late model stock cars, and as we get ready for the pro late models first, everybody's keeping an eye on car number 6.
Yeah, the Setzer Racing number 6 absolutely dominated at Pulaski. The UK driver, Brandon Carr, led a total of 90 laps, including the final 46, goes to victory lane, coming into round 2 as the points leader. Qualified third, though, so he's going to start back inside of row number 2, and it is Casey Roderick, a 2-time winner of the Speedfest here, that will start on the pole very fast in qualifying. We didn't get to see him at Pulaski, but his presence is felt here tonight.
Yeah, and the late models to wrap up the night, they're going to be great with a 125-lapper.
Yeah, 125-lapper, very exciting for the late model Sportsman. They went 84 laps at Pulaski before we saw the first caution, and Nick Loden put it on the pole in qualifying earlier. His dad spinning the wrenches. Didn't have the best of luck at Pulaski. He's going to turn things around here tonight.
Well, let's head down trackside now and introduce you to the third member of our broadcast crew. Here's Sarah Daly.
All right, thanks, guys. As you just mentioned, Cordele Speedway is in Crisp County, also formerly known as Crisp County Speedway, but right now surrounded by watermelons. It is home of the watermelon capital. Since opening in 2021, this high bank track is picking up speed, as known as one of the fastest in the Southeast. I'm sure it won't come as a surprise, but this track is home to a long traditional race known as the Protect Your Melon and Buckle Up Fest. Guys, that's a seatbelt campaign to keep everyone safe. Tonight is no different. We want to keep everyone safe. The cars are ready, the drives are hungry, and we're ready for some big stakes. So all the action is coming to you. Back to you.
All right, Sarah, thank you very much. And there are no walls on the outside of the corners here in 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. And yes, if you're wondering if you slide off in 3 and 4, you can get yourself a watermelon. Apparently, Chase Elliott did that a few years back.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. Walls on the inside, nothing on the outside. 3/8 mile, D-shaped oval. They carry a lot of speed into turn number 3. If you don't have any grip in your car, you're going to sail off and go grab yourself a watermelon.
Yeah, you see the racing line is way down on that inside line, though, for sure. The American Racer tire, we're hearing from everybody, should be good all the way through the race.
Yeah, Casey Roderick told us, again, has a lot of laps here at this racetrack. In fact, I think he's never finished outside the top 10 here, so he knows this place very well. But he said the new American Racer that the IHRA Stock Car Series has with their series this year has been phenomenal. He practiced on one set all day yesterday. He practiced on the same set earlier today to get ready for qualifying. So the tires don't fall off. That puts it all back in the hands of the race driver.
Of course, the tire you qualified with today is the tire you're going to race with tonight, so they're all on a new tire, but it should last the length of the races here tonight.
Yeah, and we saw that at Pulaski. A lot of drivers, moving around the racetrack, the tires aren't falling off, so it's not something they really need to be concerned with when it comes to setting up their race car.
It's going to be a great night of racing right here live on Speed Sport 1 from the watermelon capital of the world, Cordele, Georgia. Stay with us. We're coming right back.
Speed Sport 1 is the home for the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Watch top international teams push the limits of some of the fastest boats in the world, reaching speeds of up to 180 miles per hour. 14 classes, racing hull to hull, from Pro Class 1 to Super Cat. It's the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Catch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Get racing news, analysis, highlights, and more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at speedsport.com. Get it all. NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One, World of Outlaws, Trans Am, IHRA, and more. Speed Sport has been America's trusted source of racing news since 1934. Speedsport.com is America's motorsports authority. Check it out today.
Welcome back to Cordele Speedway as we get set to go racing here. First, we got to get into our opening ceremonies. Let's go down trackside.
Race fans, at this time, we ask you
to please rise and remove your hats as we prepare for today's invocation and national anthem.
Let us pray. Almighty God, creator of all good things, we thank you so much, and we pause as we allow your presence to come and to be with us tonight as we go racing. Lord God, I pray that you would allow your Holy Spirit to dwell in each and every driver, all crew members, and safety personnel. Lord, just wrap your arms around each and every driver. Keep them safe. And God, we pray that you would continue to bless our country, the United States of America. Continue to allow your presence to be with all soldiers, both near and far, as they protect us from all harm and danger. We pray this, Lord Jesus, in the name of your precious blood when you died on the cross for our sins. Amen. And now for the singing of our national anthem, Miss Kinsley.
I just start? Yep. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
ladies and gentlemen.
All right, Kinsley, nice job. Thank you very much for that as we get ready to go racing here. Rob, it looks like we got a field of 19 pro late models getting ready to go. Let's take a look at our starting lineup here.
Yeah, we mentioned Casey Roderick, fastest in qualifying. He'll start on the inside of row number 1 alongside the Windermere, Florida driver Palmer Haig. A great stout row number 1 with Brandon Carr, your points leader. He'll roll off inside row 2 alongside Stuart Dutton. Any of these drivers here in the top 10, Ralph, have a shot to win today's race.
They really do, and I'll tell you the one you might want to keep your eye on who has a lot of laps here is back there on the outside of row number 5, Chad Chaffin.
Yeah, Chad Chaffin knows this place very well himself. Of course, we heard Casey Roddick mention earlier that Chaffin was helping him out a little bit, so they're ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, he's helped out a lot of the guys in the field as you look back through the rest of them, including Gus Moody. Gus just got a card from Chad. It's kind of a Frankenstein put together. He said Chad had a handful of different chassis pieces and kind of welded them all together, so it's kind of a unique chassis, but it was pretty quick in qualifying, so we'll see how he can do here today. And Avery Demlin, our racing lawyer out of Ohio, she's going to round out the field back there on the inside of row number 10 and 19th. Good field, 100 laps. Great looking racetrack here. This is my first time here, and I got to tell you, I was really impressed by it.
Yeah, me as well. Cordele Motor Speedway, about 100 miles south of Atlanta here in Cordele, Georgia. As you heard Sarah mention, the watermelon capital of the world. Very excited to be here. Cool racetrack, neat facility, and the racetrack's interesting. You know, it's kind of a D shape. We mentioned it before. The line, they're going to carry a lot of speed coming off turn number 2 into turns 3 and 4, where you really got to get that car down on that inside groove. So it's going to be interesting to see how they race going too wide here on these original starts.
Let's take a look at the schedule. This is where we're going through the rest of the year. We've already been up to Pulaski. We'll be back there in July. Newport, Tennessee is up next, and Anderson, South Carolina. Then, as we said, back to Pulaski. We're going to be at Durana Raceway there at Memphis Motorsports Park. back to Newport, and we close it all out in October at Rockingham. Can't wait to do that. And to circle that bottom down there, $2 million national purse for all of our stock car races this year. That is an incredible purse that Daryl Cuttle and the folks at the IHRA have put together for our stock car races. When you talk to the guys down in the pit area in the garage area about it, they can't believe they're racing for that kind of money.
Yeah, I mean, you look, it's $115,000 to win the late model Sportsman title, $70,000 to win the pro late model title. Here tonight, $10,000 to win late model Sportsman, and these drivers that are getting ready to hit the track, $8,000 to win total purse for the pro late models here just tonight, $80,000. So a lot of money up for grabs on a race by race basis, and as you mentioned, $2 million total for the whole year.
And what did we say? It's $2,000 just to start the race?
Yeah, $1,750 to start for pro late models, $2,000 to start for late model Sportsman. So you just put it in the show, you're guaranteed that money right there.
That, for most of these guys, they'll tell you that's almost what it costs them to go racing with a pro late model here, or a late model stock car with the IHRA. So it's a very, very affordable series to go racing. When you're talking to Casey about it, Casey Roderick, he was saying, you know, a guy can actually do this. He goes, I'm here with a couple of buddies. I don't need a full-fledged lineup of engineers and everything like you need to do with some other late model series these days. He said some of these series can cost you 40, 50, 60 grand a weekend to go racing. He said here, not even close to that.
Yeah, and a lot of it comes from the tire package that we have with the IHRA Stock Car Series.
And the shocks.
And the shock package. Those are the two big things. You know, you're looking at 2 sets of tires for the whole weekend. They qualified on a new set. They're going to race on that set. You have to race on the tires that you qualify on. But for the rest of the practices earlier today and yesterday, pretty much everybody ran the same set of tires, plus or minus. So it really is an affordable way to get into late model racing, and IHRA has done a great job to this point, and we're only on round number 2.
Yeah, and we got to give a lot of credit to our staff here at the IHRA Stock Car Series for putting that all together. Tim Horton, our series director, Daniel Horton, his son, is our assistant series director, Dennis Adcock, our competition director, Robert Presley, of course, great NASCAR driver who is our race director and sits in race control, Mike Phillips, who's our safety director, Kevin Moss, our flagman, Danny Rollins, our head tech official, and Andy Dunlap, our chief spotter. Those guys have worked very, very hard to get this rule book to a place where these guys can go racing affordably and extremely competitively.
Yeah, and I think it shows in the car count. You know, we had 37 plus at Pulaski to kick off round number 1 on the late model Sportsman side. You know, over 20 to 30 here, and we got nearly 20 pro late models. I mean, it's a big car count, and it's a big deal. And I think these drivers and race teams and owners and head wrenches, they all appreciate what IHRA is doing.
And from what we hear, there's a handful of other cars out there that are all looking to get going, right? The guys are just waiting. We're kicking the season off pretty early with this stuff, and some guys just weren't ready yet, just wanted to see how it all shook out that first weekend at Pulaski. Now they're all hustling to get their cars ready to come racing with us before the next event.
May 30th, Saturday, we'll be at Newport Speedway, Newport, Tennessee. That's going to be a lot of fun. We'll head to Anderson Motor Speedway. I mean, a lot of these tracks have a lot of history when it comes to late model stock car racing. So Memphis Motorsports Park, and of course, like you said, end up at the Rock. So just a great schedule. They kind of, I don't want to say threw together at the end of the year, but everything kind of came together pretty quick.
Sure did. And is there one on that schedule that you're really looking forward to more than another?
Man, I don't know. Maybe Memphis Motorsports Park and Rockingham to me. I mean, I've seen it on TV for years. I haven't been to any of these racetracks, so they're all new to me. And this one here, I think, is just a phenomenal facility. I think it's going to be interesting to see how it races after watching these guys in qualifying go out there and lay it on the line. So it's going to be a good night.
Speaking of this racetrack, we told you it's D-shaped, 3/8 of a mile in length. Temperatures cooling off a little bit. It was up around 90 earlier today, down to 84. Track temp is still at 90. Humidity, not too bad. There is a very, very faint breeze out there that's kind of encouraging, but that banking that we heard Sarah talking about, 12 degrees to 18 degrees, you can really lean on it.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what makes it exciting. I think you carry so much speed coming off of turn number 2. They're almost driving off the racetrack. It's going to make for a good night here tonight for sure, Ralph.
We're going to fire them up and throw the green when we come back to Cordele.
The wait is finally over. The IHRA Stock Car Series is here, and it's on Speed Sport 1. This is what stock car racing is all about.
The International Hot Rod Association is going stock car racing.
There's big money on the line, and racers willing to push the limits for a piece of the pie.
Leaning on each other as we cross the start-finish line, head down into turn number 1.
Watch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Race fans have a home on Speed Sport 1. Feel the roar of IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Experience the power of American muscle with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Speed Sport 1 has a wide variety of motorsports competition that will satisfy your inner racer. From IMCA dirt track action to Ferrari Challenge North America. Speed Sport 1 is 24/7. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
Great looking shot from high above Cordele Motor Speedway here in Cordele, Georgia. You can really see that D shape to this racetrack. And we've got our pro late models all lined up on pit road and the late models getting ready after that. And we're going to have 100 laps to kick things off with our pro late models. Engines have come to life and we are about ready to go racing. Casey Roderick right there in his 62, the Toyota Camry bodied machine, ready to go.
Yeah, when I saw Casey Roderick was on the entry list, and when we saw him out there in practice earlier today, I knew that some of these drivers are going to have to deal with that 62 car. I mean, he's been flat out awesome every time he's come to this racetrack. He ran second at the Grasshopper Baby Rattler 125 recently at South Alabama Speedway. ASA Stars National Tour champ. He's won championships and races, crown jewel wins. He's going to be a player for sure, and especially coming off the front row. I mean, if we get a long green flag run, some of these other drivers are just going to try and hope that he catches lap traffic and maybe it slows him down and they can reel him in. But off the front row, he's going to be tough.
We were all thrilled to see him. I'm not sure any of the other competitors were all that excited to see Casey roll. It was like, oh man, are we all fighting for a second now? That is one tough race car driver. The team's out of McDonough, Georgia, Ty King Motorsports entry. Doug Stevens works as a crew chief on that car. And Casey brings a whole host of titles and big wins along with him, and his driver's suit and helmet. 2024 ASA Stars Tour champion, Southern Super Series champ of 2024, and the Blizzard Series champ in 2024. That's not a bad year.
Yeah, and a lot of people forget he's made, I think, 10 career ARCA starts, picked up a win in New Jersey. Yeah, it's been 15, 16 years ago, but he's got an ARCA win to his credit. And I mentioned some of the crown jewels like the Red Eye 100, Snowflake 100, the All-American 400. So, and he knows this place very, very well. So you put all that in a bag and shake it, and you get a bright yellow 62 car with him behind the wheel.
There are strong resumes throughout the field. Some pretty deep competition over here. Now they're going to be dealing with some sun as well, as the sun is setting here at just past 6:15 in the evening here on the East Coast. So that sun should be setting behind the grandstands, I believe.
Yeah, we'll get the front straightaway that will start to get a little bit of shade. The majority of the racetrack for the Pro Late models will probably be in the sun, especially.
Yeah, the sun's going to set
middle off of turn 2 and then into turn 3.
Directly behind the grandstands here. So they'll be dealing with it a little bit as they come off of 4 for a few laps, and then hopefully it'll be down behind the grandstands, and we'll be turning the lights on here before too long.
Palmer Haig, he'll start outside row number 1 in that 55 car, the Haig Motorsports entry. We did not see him at Pulaski either. Florida driver. Last year won the Ray Engel Memorial 54 here. Led 39 laps after rolling off P2. So another driver that has a lot of laps here. And as we say that, they're both on the front row. And then you have Brandon Carr, who has never seen any of these tracks on the schedule. Absolutely dominated over at Pulaski. And then shows up to qualify inside row 2 in the 3rd spot here today. So a little bit of a contrast there. Guys with a lot of laps here at Cordele, and then a gentleman that have never seen this place till yesterday.
So Carr in that 6, as we said, from Sheffield, England. We were talking with him earlier today. Said, shouldn't you be racing a Formula Ford over there? And he goes, yeah. Here we go. Green flag, ready to go racing at Cordele. And Roderick's going to lead him down into turn number 1. And Alpha 2 down the back straightaway. That bright yellow 62 out front. 3 wide behind him for 2nd place.
Yeah, great battle for that 2nd spot. These guys trying to find where they want to be.
Contact down in 3 and 4 car, trying to get through the middle in the 6 car. He's going to get hung up in the inside, and it's going to be the 55 of Palmer Haig that's going to take 2nd. Car gets shuffled back to 4th. If he's not careful, he's going to lose that here real soon.
Yeah, Nick Loden making some moves as well, and that number 43 car currently runs in that 4th position as they cross the stripe. Roderick already opening up a pretty big lead as they go side by side there, coming off turn number 2. Great shot as they exit turn 2 down through the dog leg.
Loden battling now for 2nd on the inside as we go down into 3. He's got Haig on the outside, and Loden's going to take it for now as they cross the line. Oh, and Haig gets loose right at the start-finish line. And you can also see the 8 car, Mark Day, battling there with the 23 of Carter Whalen. That's about 7th position right there.
Yeah, Day using that high line. Not really the race line to have here at Cordele. You want to be down low in turns 3 and 4. As you can see, everybody just trying to fight for that low part of the racetrack as Day will bring it off turn number 2, taking over that position there from Carter Whalen.
Good look at Chad Chaffin right there in the 3C. He's in 10th, but everybody is chasing Casey Roderick and that bright yellow 62 for now.
Yeah, he's already nearly a 2nd ahead of 2nd place as we see that number 32 car.
Stuart Dutton inside of Carr. Carr still hanging on the outside in that 6. He's had some opportunities, Rob, to get down to the bottom, but he stays on that outside, and he's also got the 92 of Martin Nesbitt to the inside of him as well. Now it looks like Carr's finally going to move to that inside lane.
Yeah, he kind of chopped the line off there on Nesbitt there to get to that low part of the racetrack. So falling back here early is that number 6 of Brandon Carr.
And a little puff of smoke. Oh, 1 car round. It's the 15 car spinning out here. That's Avery Demlin. Oh, and then the 8 joins her, Mark Day, also as they come into turn number 2. Caution number 1 here in our 100 lapper.
So Demlin comes to a stop, the driver out of the Buckeye State of Ohio. We talked about earlier how she took over driving duties for her dad to kick off 2025. She spotted for him for years. Kind of came up through the junior sprints and micro ranks.
She is a lawyer by trade.
Yeah, was a standout high school volleyball player in Ohio as well. So there's a look at Casey Roderick, your current leader. His 1 second advantage wiped away here with this caution.
Avery ran her first season of CRA points chasing last year, finished 4th in the championship. Let's see what happened to Avery here. Top of the screen. She's already around at that point.
Yeah, and that's right in front of Casey Roderick.
Yeah. I'm going to guess from where she's sitting that maybe just got on the throttle a little hard, too soon, and the thing just went around on her, and she was able to stop it. As Mark Day has brought the 8 to the attention of the crew. Looks like a new left rear, maybe.
Yeah, hard to say exactly what happened. I mean, with that shot, looks like she just kind of got sideways. Maybe her spotter was telling her, hey, leaders are coming, you need to get up and go. Tough to say, but either way, she comes to a stop over there in turn number 2. And unfortunately for Mark Day, into the infield. One thing that is fortunate for Mark Day is they don't count the caution laps here with the IHRA stock car, so not losing any laps, but will have to go to the tail of the field.
Saw the 43H of Joshua Horniman out of Catfish, North Carolina, also visit pit road during this caution period. He was not involved in that incident that we saw. Apparently he just wanted to make an adjustment. We will take a quick break while they take care of some more adjustments on Day's car, and we'll be back with the restart after this here on Speed Sport 1. Well, what looked like maybe just a tire change to the left rear of Mark Day's number 8 has now brought the crew to the front of the car. They've lifted the hood, and this looks like a much bigger issue here, Rob.
Yeah, you don't like to see that. Like you said, at first we thought it was maybe just a tire issue, but with the hood up on pit lane, something...
Well, I'm thinking it's going to be more of a suspension adjustment from what they're doing. Trying to see from... We're in our broadcast booth straight across from where Mark is pitted, and we get a little bit better look across the racetrack as opposed to the back side of the hood. But they got the hood back down, and looks like they're going to send him back out. So maybe just an adjustment or two, and they'll get him underway.
So still under caution here early in this one. 7 laps complete, 93 laps to go. If you're just joining us, Avery Demlin spinning out, coming off turn number 2, bringing out the caution, and Mark Day, I believe, kind of just spun to not get into the side of the 15 car.
Mark out of Clarksville, Tennessee. Casey Roderick, our race leader, listing Lawrenceville, Georgia as home for the driver of the 62.
Yeah, got out to about a second lead. Really got a good jump on that original start. You can see they are still attending to the 15 of Avery Demlin. Still sitting on the racetrack over there now to the inside of turn number 2. So obviously calling for the wrecker there, Ralph, and that's unfortunate. So it's possible she broke something in the rear end of that car, and that's what led her to spin over there in turn 2.
I wonder if the rear is locked up on her.
And that's not a fun place to spin out here at this racetrack, because they're getting back on the hammer pretty quick in turns 1 and 2 and trying to carry all that speed down the back straightaway.
Especially when you're sitting driver's door facing up the racetrack, right? Well, we'll take care of a little more business. Whoop, so we got to catch the strap there. Get the tow truck lined up. We'll be right back. Stay with us. More coming your way from Cordele, Georgia.
Find the best in IMCA racing on Speed Sport 1. Get down and dirty with the modifieds, Race Saver sprint cars, stock cars, sport mods, hobby stocks, and more. Throughout the season, we'll take you to some of the best dirt tracks across the country. Not only that, but you've got access to the biggest IMCA events of the year, from the Winter Nationals to the Super Nationals. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Get racing news, analysis, highlights, and more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at speedsport.com. Get it all. NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One, World of Outlaws, Trans Am, IHRA, and more. Speed Sport has been America's trusted source of racing news since 1934. Speedsport.com is America's motorsports authority. Check it out today. Speed Sport 1 is the home for the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Watch top international teams push the limits of some of the fastest boats in the world, reaching speeds of up to 180 miles per hour. 14 classes, racing hull to hull, from Pro Class 1 to Super Cat. It's the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Catch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
Well, they've got Avery Demlin's car on the back of the tow truck, and they're moving the 15 off of the racetrack over in turn number 2, but they brought the red flag out here in our flag stand, and the field has come to a stop at the entrance into turn number 1. So we'll be back underway here shortly. As you can see, Avery's car headed back to the pits, and Kevin Moss, who has flagged everything in NASCAR's top 3 series at one point in time or another, is our flagman here for the International Hot Rod Association. There's Kevin. And there's Avery's car.
Yeah, so oftentimes in racing, of course, we see it happen a lot. If there's an incident that the officials think it's going to take a little while to get cleaned up or get the drivers off the racetrack, they will throw the red. Therefore, the rest of the field isn't just running around burning fuel.
Well, Kevin has pulled the red back in. The field is rolling and back underway. So it shouldn't be much longer before we're back to racing here.
Casey Roderick will restart out front. Nick Loden, Palmer Haig, Stuart Dutton, and Brandon Carr. Your Pulaski winner rounds out your top 5. Martin Nesbitt, Jeremy Williams, Mark Day, Carter Whalen, and Chad Chaffin. And officially will restart in the top 10. There's a good look at Brandon Carr.
Yeah, and I was telling you a story there just before we went green and got interrupted by that green flag, that pesky green flag, and wanted to finish it for you. We were talking with Brandon, who grew up in Sheffield, England, and he said, you know, we were joking with him saying, shouldn't you be racing a Formula Ford by now? And he said, well, yeah. He said, all my mates that I grew up with, a lot of them now are racing in Formula One. You and I said, like who? And he goes, oh, Kimi Antonelli and a couple other extremely well-known F1 guys. So he really ran with some top guys over there in his career, as we see Carter Whalen out of Cummings, Georgia, sitting now stopped to the inside here in turn number 1.
Yeah, Brandon Carr is a really interesting story. You know, I got to watch him run a lot of dirt midget events last year. He hadn't been on dirt before, really. Tested a micro, I believe, down in Millbridge in North Carolina, then jumped in Keith Coons' midget for the entire year. Keith Coons, a very well-known midget car owner and crew chief.
Which in the midget world, if you're racing for Keith Coons, that's like driving for Mercedes in Formula One.
Absolutely. Definitely the top midget team in the country. And Brandon Carr was able to race for him and had some success. Did a really good job. So it's cool to see him have success here in late models as well.
Well, let's head back down trackside and catch up with Sarah Daly.
All right, thanks, guys. Well, you saw the number 8 car there, driven by Mark Day. His crew chief, Joey Kincaid, did say that they caught up with the 15 in that spin up over there, so they decided to swap the left and right tire, stagger in better position, and took a little less out of the car. So they wanted to make some changes after qualifying and took this opportunity to do so.
That's what we thought they were doing. They were adjusting the suspension a little bit on the front side there when they had that hood up.
Yeah, we see the 15 car now in the pit, so they got that off the racetrack and cleaned up over there at turn number 2.
And she's going to make her way back out onto the track.
So whatever the issue was, looks like we're okay.
Yeah, it wasn't terminal.
And Casey Roderick is thinking, let's go. Looking for the world flag. Yeah, Brandon Carr kind of getting hung out to dry there on that outside lane, able to, or not able to get down maybe as quickly as he wanted once the race took off, and lost a few positions. Carter Whalen there in that number 23. You mentioned him. He rolled off inside row 5 in the 9th position and was going to restart in the top 10, but finds himself stopped on the racetrack as well. He's over there between turns 1 and 2.
I was just thinking about Loden, who sits in second place right now. The way Casey got off the line when this thing went green initially, boy, Nick Loden better be quick on the trigger here when Kevin Moss waves that green flag if he wants to continue to be close to that 62, because Roderick was a real gunslinger on the trigger, and, man, he was quick to the draw.
Yeah, very good on that original restart, and kind of pulled out, like I said, about a half second, then built it up to about a second lead. Those guys now were racing behind him, kind of allowed him to get a little bit away. So we'll see if Loden has anything for him here once we get ready for the restart. So still under yellow flag conditions.
And Loden will get 2 cracks at it again tonight, running both pro late model and late model events here.
Yeah, a lot of practice for Nick Loden, running both classes and practicing yesterday. I think they had 3 sessions in each, and then an hour in each division here earlier today before they got ready for their 2 laps in qualifying. So
it's like the field is getting ready to go, forming up side by side, and we'll be back underway. Now we are running a lucky dog for the restarts beginning tonight, but nobody was a lap down yet, so nobody will take advantage of that on this restart.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Loden tries to get the whole shot here coming off turn 4 to get out front of Roderick on this restart and then get down to the bottom part of the racetrack in turn 1. If he can't get down there, he may have to try and fall in line because he's got some hot rods behind him. They're going to try and keep their nose on the back bumper of that 62 car.
This is a good opportunity for Carr, who's now on the inside of row number 3 as we get ready to go to green. He was stuck on the outside there for a handful of those first opening laps. Getting ready to go back to green. Waiting for Kevin to like what he sees and throw that green flag. Here we go. We're green. We're racing. Roderick jumps on the throttle quick. Loden tries to hang to the outside, see if he can lock down second place. Off the 2 and down the backstretch we go.
Yeah, another great start there for Casey Roderick. Kind of pulls away a little bit from Nick Loden. And then they are stacking up behind him, that 55 car of Haig.
Carr trying to creep up the inside. He lost a spot. He's back to 4th here. Just slipped back a little bit now. Now he gets clear of the car right behind him, which was Stuart Dutton in the 32. As you see, Loden in the 43 still trying to catch up to the backside of the 62 of Casey Roderick.
Yeah, Loden last lap was a little bit quicker than the leader, Casey Roderick, and that time almost identical laps, but Roderick will remain out front. You can see the top 2 cars already beginning to pull away from these guys.
Jeremy Williams in that 88 chasing hard after the 92 car, Martin Nesbitt. That's a fight just inside the top 10. Nesbitt in the 92 runs in 6th. as we continue to watch the battle for the lead.
Yeah, you can just watch how smooth Casey Roderick is behind the wheel of that 62 car here at this racetrack. Watch his line. You can kind of see Nick Loden driving in a little bit deeper into turn number 3.
He's not shaking him, though, is he? I mean, Loden is hanging with him this time.
Yeah, and Loden's car handling very well, just able to put it right down on that inside lane. You can see the stripes on the side there as they enter turn number 1 on the wall.
And you see how far they take it to the exit, coming off of turn number 2, kicking up a little bit of dust as they get right to the very edge of the racetrack. And one off by the watermelon patch. Is that the 55 of Haig? Yes, it's the 55 of Haig. Palmer Haig
was running third.
Let's see what happened to him here. He's going to be behind these two. Here they come. They were just racing hard. He got to the outside there, just ran out of asphalt, got up on the dirt, and around she went.
Yeah, we saw that a lot in practice and in qualifying. Coming off turn number 2 with the shape of this track, these drivers will hang that thing all the way as far out as they can to build up that speed and momentum into turn number 3. And right there, I think he just got a little bit too much, got in the dirt, and took him off the racetrack. 32's in the pits.
He got his Chevy straightened back out. That's Stuart Dutton here on pit road.
Yeah, Dutton, another one of those drivers with a lot of experience here in pro late models and super late models. There's one here a lot in outlaw late models as well. Ran 5th here last month in a pro late model. So under caution again here early. It's just starting to get good as we saw Roderick kind of pull away there from Loden, and then a few laps go by and Nick Loden had kind of reeled him back in. I mean, will it be a case of Nick Loden just kind of, okay, we got a good car, we're right there with Roderick, no need to rattle his cage early, we're just going to ride this thing out, and if he makes a mistake, I'm going to be right there.
No doubt about it. He doesn't have to push too hard just yet. We see Haig is on pit road. Crew attending to his 55. And Dutton getting some service as well. Looks like they've got some sort of an issue, maybe around the radiator.
Yeah, and that's a tough break for Haig. I mean, running in the 3rd spot, and he was battling with Brandon Carr, who you could see quite a big distance between the two cars down the back straightaway. So it wasn't like they got together or anything when he got off the racetrack. I think he was just trying to get back in front of Carr. And
there's that radiator issue we were talking about with Dutton. Maybe the hose. Let's see. I'm trying to see where they're putting the tape. Well, let's head down trackside. Here's Sarah once again.
Well, guys, you hit the nail on the head there. Number 32, Stuart Dutton, on here in the pits. And like you mentioned, it was the ductwork that came loose with the radiator there. So they're trying to fix that so we can get back out there. Kind of hitting the steering wheel a couple times. You can see some frustration there out of Stuart, but hopefully they hope to get him back out there on the track soon. Back to you.
All right, Dutton pulling away.
Yeah, fast race car in qualifying, started outside row 2 in the 4th spot. So knows he has a hot rod, and
one of the few drivers that drove north to get here. He comes from Tallahassee, Florida.
So Dutton back out on the racetrack. And it looks like pit lane is clear.
Yep. Everybody has returned to the surface of the racetrack, and we'll get back underway here shortly.
So we'll see what Brandon Carr has for these top 2. They kind of pulled away on that last restart. Carr, of course, was dealing with Palmer Haig, but now we'll have to worry about Martin Nesbitt back there. He'll jump up a spot. Chad Chaffin, Carter Whalen as well. So that's one thing we saw Pulaski in both pro late models and late model Sportsman is battles throughout the racetrack, you know, and
yeah.
Whether they were battling for the win or battling for 10th or 24th, they were going at it. When there's, money on the line and prestige, and if you're chasing championship, points matter, and they're going to race these cars hard for 100 laps, that's for sure.
Carr's got his hands full with that 92 on the outside there, Martin Nesbitt. He's out of Marion, North Carolina, and he's got 3 late model track championships between Asheville Speedway, Newport Speedway, and Tri-County Speedway. So he's a tough competitor in that 92.
Yeah, he's been doing it for a long time, too.
Sure has.
So has a lot of laps, as we should be getting the 1 to go signal this time by. 55. Back out on the racetrack there. We saw him, and here we go one more time.
Roderick has been lightning quick on all these starts in the 62. Can he do it again? Keep loading back behind him as they head off into turn number 1.
Good look at the field as they exit turn 2 down the back straightaway into turn number 3.
Pace vehicle is off. Here we go. Watching for the green flag in our flag stand. There it is. We're racing again. And once again, Roderick quick on the trigger. He's got the field covered as they head into turn number 1. Loden tried to come around to the outside, decides better, and tucks back in line behind him.
Yeah, he had a little brief moment of a shot there around the outside into 1, coming off turn number 2, and Nick Loden right there, I think.
Stacking them up in 3 and 4. Involved in the middle of that was the 3C of Chaffin.
I think that started with Nick Loden hitting that inside wall, and everybody kind of checked up. And on that restart, they're so close together. That was pretty wild over there, but we continue on.
Yeah.
Casey Roderick there out in front. Nick Loden, Brandon Carr, your top 3. Nesbitt trying to get up in the mix.
Chad Chaffin raced on. I don't see any damage to it. The 82 is briefly caught up in that as well. Taylor Hull. There you see Taylor, and the 23 and the 84. Carter Whalen in that 23. The 84, that car belongs to Steve Chun.
Yeah, Stephen Chun in that 6th spot. Now getting around Whalen, and now the 82.
Inside. That's Taylor Hull. And on the bottom, you see the replay. Boy, you can see, is that the 23 that got airborne over Chaffin's car there? Or is that Hull in the 82? That's the
23. That's Whalen,
It was Whalen in the 23. Boy, he got the whole front end up off the ground, didn't he?
Yeah, ripped off some of the body there on the right front. You see right there, Nick Loden had to check up.
And the yellow is out once again. Don't see anything on the racetrack. Maybe there's some... I didn't see Avery turned around. That must be over in turn 3 and 4. Oh, she was behind the pole. Couldn't see it.
So Demlin spins over in turn 2 and caution out for the now 3rd time. I don't think there's any damage on the 15, but she has pulled into the pits.
Well, with 83 laps still to go in this 100 lapper and the caution out for the 3rd time, we will go ahead and take a quick commercial break here on Speed Sport 1. But we will be right back to the watermelon capital of the world when we're ready to go back to green. Welcome back to Cordele, Georgia. Ralph Shaheen, Rob Klepper, Sarah Daly with you here for round number 2, the IHRA's brand new Stock Car Series for 2026. Cordele Motor Speedway. Look at some of the spotters hanging out, keeping an eye on their cars. Got a nice perch high up in the grandstands over here, coming off at turn number 4 for all the spotters. Good view. So far, every lap here has been led by Casey Roderick in that bright yellow 62, if you're just joining us. Should be going green next time by, says Kevin Moss, our flag man.
So we'll see if Lowden has anything for Casey Roderick. He had a little bit better restart this most recent one.
Yeah.
But he's going to have a heck of a restart to have enough momentum to get by Roderick through 1 and 2. And I just don't know if running the outside right now in turns 1 and 2 is going to help you get around him.
Kevin Moss waves the green, and we're racing. And look at this. We got a problem for Roderick. He doesn't get a good start, and Brandon Carr gets spun around. Big problem here on the front straightaway headed into turn number 1. We got 4, 5, maybe 6 cars caught up in it. All because Roderick had a massive problem at the start of this one, including the P51 here, Rod Butcher. Avery's caught up in this one as well, Avery Demon. And we have another car, looks like the door ripped off on the driver's side over in turn 2. But Brandon Carr, the winner at Pulaski, the points leader, caught right up in it. And Roderick has made it back around to the start-finish line. Lowden got through in the 43, as did the 92 of Martin Nesbitt, who was right up in there. Got a lot of looks at this one. Rob, let's see if we can figure out what happened. He might have missed a gear, maybe?
Yeah, missed a gear or spun the wheels or something. I mean, you could see right here.
There.
It almost looked like it just came to a stop.
Car right into him, and the 88 of Jeremy Williams into the back of him.
And Carr spinning in front of the field, and then everybody just trying to get by.
82. And there's one car we missed. We couldn't see who that was.
Rod Butcher with pretty hard contact there in that outside wall in turn 1.
See if we can figure it out this time. There's Carr getting turned, and he's going to come back across. Just misses Nesbitt, but then hits this car there. Is that the 22H? Yeah, that's Ryan Herbert out of Gainesville, Georgia, who lost the door and is sitting still over there in turn 2. 55 got caught up in that as well. Palmer Hag. That's Herbert. Ryan Herbert, who had trouble at Pulaski as well. Had a frustrating night there. The Herbert Truck Center's car. He and his brother work on this car together. His brother's the crew chief.
Involved in that incident about halfway at Pulaski with P51 of Rod Butcher, who also was involved in this incident.
All right, guys, down here in the pits, and as you can see to the right of me, 55 car driven by Palmer Hegg. The crew is thrashing to try and get this thing maybe back out on the track. But as you can see, and you guys have been discussing, there are quite a few cars out there involved in this. They do have a lot of dry up out there on the track. So we're going to work our way around to try and get to some of these other folks and see exactly what happened out there on the track. But again, we'll bring you some more information as soon as it becomes available.
All right, Sarah, thanks. Be a lot of body work needed on some of these cars.
Yeah, and that 55 has been in and out of the pits a few times now, and just adding to the worry of the team every time he comes in there. You can see him trying to pull the fender away on the right front and make sure that everything is straight and the steering's okay. So they've already had a pretty busy night. But multi-car accident over there, and Rod Butcher really getting into that outside wall with a lot of damage on that P51. Tough break for him for sure.
Well, unfortunately, another opportunity to take care of some more business, but we're going to guarantee you're going to see all the green flag laps here tonight, that's for sure. More racing with the IHRA Stock Car Series coming up.
Speed Sport 1 is the home for the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Watch top international teams push the limits of some of the fastest boats in the world, reaching speeds of up to 180 miles per hour. 14 classes, racing hull to hull, from Pro Class 1 to Super Cat. It's the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Catch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. The wait is finally over. The IHRA Stock Car Series is here, and it's on Speed Sport 1. This is what stock car racing is all about.
The International Hot Rod Association is going stock car racing.
There's big money on the line, and racers willing to push the limits for a piece of the pie.
Leaning on each other as we cross the start-finish line, head down into turn number 1.
Watch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Get racing news, analysis, highlights, and more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at speedsport.com. Get it all. NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One, World of Outlaws, Trans Am, IHRA, and more. Speed Sport has been America's trusted source of racing news since 1934. Speedsport.com is America's motorsports authority. Check it out today. Race fans have a home on Speed Sport 1. Feel the roar of IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Experience the power of American muscle with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Speed Sport 1 has a wide variety of motorsports competition that will satisfy your inner racer. From IMCA Dirt Track action to Ferrari Challenge North America. Speed Sport 1 is 24/7. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Speed Sport 1 is the place for the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series, the premier dirt super late model tour of the Southeast.
And just about 4 wide for the lead.
Watch the series on Speed Sport 1 as it travels to some of the South's best tracks. Founded by racers, the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series is a professional touring series, and you can see the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
Back here at Cordele, and that is our points leader on the back of the tow truck, unfortunately being taken to the garage area after a big incident here on the front straightaway. And Rob Klepper, this is a 100-lap race or an hour and a half, and due to the fact we've had 4 cautions now already and we're only 83 laps still to go, we're starting to get to a point where that time might come into play.
Yeah, you kind of hope that it never does come into play, but it could tonight. We're 35 minutes and change into this race, so it could come into play as these drivers get back to it. We'll take another look at the reason for the most recent caution on this restart. Brandon Carr getting turned around right there, and then he just, I think, trying to overcorrect it, spins around to the right, and then right in front of the field.
He gets into Herbert in the 23. And then they start collecting a few other cars, and that's Butcher getting up and over and then taking that hard impact into the wall. He went over Haig's 55, doing some damage to the right front of that car. Let's take one more look at this, and it all begins because the 62 didn't fire off the line the way Casey Roderick has been used to that car doing it. Car got off a little bit, breathed it, and the car of Nesbitt, the 92, got into the back of him, turned him, and then the chaos ensued from there. Tough break for a handful of competitors. And Carr was having a pretty darn good night. As we said, the winner, Pulaski, came here as a points leader, obviously. He was racing hard, Rob, but he wasn't doing anything silly or stupid. He was in a really good position to have a good night.
Yeah, and I think right there, he obviously checked up when the 62 didn't take off, and I think it was the 88 that maybe got into the back of him and spun him around, so tough break. Let's check in one more time with Sarah down trackside.
All right, guys, thank you very much. Joined now by Ryan Herbert, and you said you had to see the replay at first because you're like, I'm not sure really what happened. I just know where I'm at right now. So what do you think your situation is with the car, and what did you exactly walk through as what happened out there?
I mean, we were, again, going just to another restart, which I thought, you know, we had a lot of restarts early on in this race, so I kind of knew it was going to be a pretty choppy race. And just sticking with trying to stick to my spot that we qualified at and just, you know, let everybody wear their tires down. And, man, the only thing I saw was I knew that Taylor Hull was 82. He was in the inside lane. And when I saw him move up, I just was going to get right on his door and follow him in. And as soon as he just pulled a little bit past me, all I saw was a black car just come slinging by and took out the whole left side of the car. So, you know, I tried to drive off with it, but I think it folded the left front wheel so far in that it was rubbing on that frame rail right behind the foot box, and it just stopped me. But, yeah, I mean, I just hate it. I hate to come over here and see you guys, you know, before the end of the race. But, you know, I mean, we got the car back that got wrecked in Pulaski, so we'll put that one back together. I actually like that one a lot better anyway, so we'll just try and, you know, get that one fixed back up. I don't think there's much damage on that one. You know, I think it just knocked the steer box off of it, and you know, as bad as this sounds, you know, it was time for a new body for that thing. I think we've had that body on there for about 15 years, which is a pretty good statement, you know. I mean, you know, you don't really hit much in 15 years, but, you know, these past couple of races, I feel like we hit just about everything, or somebody's hitting us. So, you know, just got to find some better luck. It's a shame because this track is one of my favorite tracks to come to. It does get a little scrappy, but, you know, it really always turns out for good racing. And I actually really thought we had a car that was going to be there at the end, track some of these guys down, maybe even get a top 3 on it. But, you know, it is what it is. We'll come back to, I think, Newport next? And then we'll go to Anderson and just keep rolling from there.
Well, you kind of mentioned it. You thought you were going to kind of be one of the final cars out there. But how was qualifying? How did you feel during qualifying? Do you feel pretty good?
With these tires, American racers, they really don't come in very well in qualifying, even with that scuff lap. So qualifying's tough. You know, I mean, we were real slow all practice. And like I said, again, Taylor Hull was really fast in practice. I think he was at 6th in practice, and it shocked me to qualify in front of him, you know, but it's just a testament to how bad it's not bad, how different these tires are. I mean, they take a while to get the goodie off of them. You know, and about lap 10, you know, it started to feel real good, and I started to be able to roll the corner. I could see that I had some roll speed that was a lot faster than a lot of guys in front of me. But, you know, I mean, it is what it is. It's just, it's different. You know, we're not running bump stop packages here. You know, different shocks, AFCO racing shocks are a little bit different to try and figure out. The ride height rule is a little different to try and figure out, especially with the shocks and not being able to run bump stops. So there's just a lot of stuff that we're not used to and learning as we're going through this IHRA series. But, you know, it's all fun, you know. We'll come back out here. I think IHRA puts on a really good show, you know, and I'm just excited to see, you know, what the next what they bring to the next track, you know. And I just really hope that this is a lasting thing too. You know, I hope that we can keep this series rolling for a while and build on the momentum. You know, and some of these guys out here, you know, really talented people, and put on really good shows week in and week out. And so, you know, we just need to try and get that in front of you know, the viewers' eyes and show them a good race.
Well, I appreciate your time so much, Ryan. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
So Ryan and his twin brother, Brandon, run the Herbert Truck Centers up in Gainesville, Georgia, as we watch a replay again here.
Yeah, it's a great shot from the drone. You can see cars spinning there, back up into the racetrack, collects Herbert.
Yeah. I got to say, 2 races, 2 tore-up race cars. That's a bit frustrating for the Herberts, but as he said, find a little silver lining in everything, right?
We need a new body. It's been 15 years.
15 years, so
now we got a reason.
Perfect time to take care of it. And there it is. Doesn't look too bad. It's Brandon working the jack over there. We'll go back up north of here and get it fixed up, and we'll see them in Tennessee. We'll see you when we come back.
The wait is finally over. The IHRA Stock Car Series is here, and it's on Speed Sport 1. This is what stock car racing is all about.
The International Hot Rod Association is going stock car racing.
There's big money on the line, and racers willing to push the limits for a piece of the pie.
Leaning on each other as we cross the start-finish line, head down into turn number 1.
Watch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
Cars are rolling once again here in Cordele, Georgia. IHRA Stock Car Series round number 2, 2026 inaugural championship season. Casey Roderick in the 62, Nick Loden in the 43. Those two cars have been at the front of the field majority of the night here.
Yeah, they've been the fastest cars on the racetrack here early in this race for sure. Only 17 laps complete, 83 laps to go here for the Pro Late models.
Or 43 minutes, whichever comes first.
You're right, that's true. So we'll see again if Nick Loden can do anything. I mean, it's almost like he's going to have to try and jump this thing or time it perfect to where he takes off a second or two ahead.
Or get another lucky break on the restart from Casey.
Right.
Because we don't know if whatever hindered Casey on the previous restart bites him again here. Let's keep an eye on that 62.
Martin Nesbitt right behind him now in that 92 car. And Jeremy Williams will restart fourth, the driver from Alabama.
Here we go. Kevin Moss waiting for the field to come around off the 4 before he throws the green. There's Kevin. There's the green. We're racing again. And Loden with another good start. Stays right door to door with Casey as they get into turn number 1.
Yeah, Loden's still there down the back straightaway, side by side. Will he have enough to try the outside and stay on the outside? It's going to be tough.
Slips back a little bit. Looks like he's going to tuck in behind because Roderick's going to move up, take the line away. Roderick comes back. Loden's on the bottom. That's going to be a difference. We've got a new leader here at Cordele. Nick Loden out front in the 43.
Roderick trying to work around the outside of turns 3 and 4 now, but Loden with the preferred line, though. Roderick is still there.
That inside line through 1 and 2 and down at the bottom at 3 and 4. Look at Roderick getting way down low, coming off of 2 this time. That's going to take Loden up high, but he's going to crowd him a little bit as they head down into 3 and 4. And that inside line is still the advantage. Looks like Roderick, no, it's going to be Loudon at the line. Nick Loden's going to lead it again.
They are so close to that inside wall over there in turns 1 and 2 as they remain side by side. Roderick working down low, Loden on the outside. You can see Roderick trying to drive it in as deep as he can.
Boy, there's not a lot of room left in between those two cars and that big white wall, is there? Loden's going to take it now as they head down into turn number 1. Got a few feet on Roderick, and he's going to slide across in front of him and take it away.
Martin Nesbitt back in third, Jeremy Williams, Taylor Hull rounding out your top 5, but a great battle for the lead here with Nick Loden taking over after that most recent restart.
Quite a bit of racing yet to go in this one. 78 laps still to go. Loden out front by a couple of car lengths now as you get a quick look at the 8. That's Toro Rodriguez and that 8R, the white car.
Yeah, I see Stuart Dutton there in the 32. He had a good hot rod in qualifying.
Carter Whalen in that 23.
They're all battling for 8th and 9th.
Rodriguez out of Monterrey, Mexico. He's one of the NASCAR Mexico drivers.
And there goes Stuart Dutton right to the inside of Carter Whalen. Mark Day now trying to get to the inside of Toro as they race into turn number 3. That is a battle for the 9th spot.
Yeah, Day fighting his way back up into this one. Had some issues at the start. Chad Chafin going by as well. He's up into 6th in that 3C.
Yeah, that's Chafin left of your screen there in that 3C as you see 23 Carter Whalen there, and Kind of getting stacked up in front of these guys. Avery Demlin a little off the pace there on the back straightaway.
Yeah, and that caught Chun. Chun got hung up behind her. He's going to lose a bunch of spots because of it. Meanwhile, you saw Loden out front. There's Avery in that 15.
Yeah, just up out of the groove, off the pace a little bit. Been a drama-filled race so far for the young lady out of Ohio.
Here's your battle for the lead. Still Nick Loden now in the 43 out front. Casey Roderick in that 62 giving chase.
Yeah, Mark Nesbitt at Pulaski, he quietly finished in the top 5, ended up in the 5th position after rolling off 6th. Wasn't really a factor for the win, but here today, got a pretty good hot rod once again, right now running in that third, third spot, watching these guys battle.
Did you see Loden dip the right rear up into the dirt there? Kicked up a whole bunch of dirt. He's lucky to have hung on to it. I thought that car was about to come around on him, right in front of Roderick. I don't know if he had taken his eyes up into the mirror and was kind of looking to see where Roderick was for a second, got a little further up than he thought. You can see how low to that wall Roderick gets down in 3 and 4, really starting to apply the pressure once again to the backside of Nick Loden in that 43. Chad Chafin's got some body work hanging off on his 3. Look at that, right at the door. And I'm wondering if Kevin Moss is going to have to throw the black on that, because that's really starting to creep up.
Yeah, Stephen Chun there getting by the 55. Of Haig getting by as well.
And I saw our flagman Moss give a good look to it. We'll see if they throw the black at Chafin.
Carter Whalen driving by there in that number 23 car.
Yeah, Chad's going to get the black here. There it is. Black flag to the 3 for Chad Chaffin.
Toro Rodriguez there right behind him trying to get around.
That's a shame. He was doing all right inside the top 10 in that car, but that is definitely going to be a safety issue. He's got to come in and get that looked at, fixed, or he can return to the racetrack.
That white and black car middle of your screen, that's Scott Sutherland, the 23S car, currently running in the 12th spot. Gus Moody right behind him in the 84. Good look at Brandon Carr trying to
get some points,
get back up in the mix.
Got to get some points. Came into the night as the points leader, trying to salvage as many as he can here. And look at this, Roderick right there on the backside of Loden. Loden got a good run down that back stretch, able to pull a foot or two away from him. Slower traffic in front of them. We'll see how they deal with that. We watch the 55 of Haig here, running an 8. As the 84 Chun right behind him. That is that fight for 8th.
Yeah, we've seen these two cars going at it for a handful of laps. Chun there and trying to reel him in for that 8th position.
They've got Mark Day in front of them in the 8, who holds down 7th at this point.
I'll tell you, Casey Roderick not letting Nick Loden get away, that's for sure. Now, like you said, when they catch some of this slower traffic, that may change, but it'll be interesting to see if they do catch them, which they're about a straightaway behind them right now, Ralph. You know, how it's going to shake out with the leader kind of having to pick and choose, and the 62.
Oh, here comes Roderick. He's right there now, starting to look to the inside as they set up for 3. He's inside of him, and then just as they come to the exit off of Ford, Loden gets back in front.
Apply enough pressure, he's going to push up the racetrack, and that's what Roderick is hoping, just to give him enough room to poke his nose in there and get that inside line. There it is. You see the 43 push up just a little bit there, coming off of turn number 4.
Right back down to the bottom. And this is where Roderick gets a good drive off of 2 again. Starts to get that nose inside at 3, but just doesn't touch him yet. And just as you think he's gonna, he just cuts in behind him.
Yeah, it looks like the 62 car is turning way better, especially middle coming off. That 43 car getting tight. He's trying to keep that thing down low and just unable to do it. So Roderick really trying to do everything he can, and he's going to take a look around the outside here in 3 and 4. Maybe snooker him right now.
See if that can be the line that he wants. Outside through 1 and 2. Can he get the drive down the backstretch this time? Nick gets a good run off at turn number 2 in the 43. Puts just about a car length between the two of them as they head off into turn 3. So the outside didn't work for Roderick either. Looks like the inside is actually a better lane to attack. They do have traffic in front of them. That could come into play.
Yeah, and the top 2 cars got a pretty good lead over third place. The 92, Martin Nesbitt, still Jeremy Williams, Stuart Dutton. Keep an eye on the ticker up on top. Find your favorite driver. But the battle right here for that top spot. Maybe Roderick is kind of biding his time because he knows he's catching some of the tail end of this field.
There's your third place car right there, Martin Nesbitt, that 92. Looks like Mark Day is going to be the first car that Logan's going to catch. He gets inside of him and Avery. Oh, that's actually Carr in the 6. That was the black 8. It's the black 6.
So the points leader throwing a lap down.
Well, we do have the lucky dog, so maybe he can take advantage of that.
Joshua Horniman's
the other 43.
Right in front of Loden, the other 43 car.
43H. He gets a little loose coming off of 4, opens up the door, and then almost drifts up into Roderick. Casey able to bring it back down to the bottom lane.
Yeah, Horniman kind of drove up off the out of the racing groove there, let these guys by. They're coming off turn number 2.
And then it's going to be the 84 Chun next up here. They'll stay to the inside.
50 down, 50 to go.
Oh, that's actually Moody in the 84M, isn't it?
Gus Moody going a lap down. Again, first time in a pro late model yesterday here at Cordele for Gus Moody.
Roderick right there. He's right alongside. This is as good as he's been so far coming off the 2. He's got load to the outside. He's going to have the edge as they head down into turn number 3. And he's going to take the lead back. Casey Roderick taking the lead back here at Cordele as we're inside of 50 to go.
Yeah, and that car just turning so well. I mean, he's threading the needle down there with Nick Loden to his right and that inside wall to his left, entering turns 1 and 2, and was just able to turn that thing on a dime, get underneath him, make it stick, and take over the lead once again.
So we are past the halfway point here with round number 2 of our pro late models for the 2026 campaign for the International Hot Rod Association's brand new Stock Car Series.
Nick Loden right there. You could see a lot more shade on the track now than when we started this race.
Nesbitt holding on to 3rd in that number 92. Horniman behind him in the 43. But it's actually Jeremy Williams in the 88. That would be your 4th place car.
Yeah, and they were nose to tail at the end of Pulaski, though. Flip-flop them. Jeremy Williams was 4th. Martin Nesbitt was 5th.
Oh, and the yellow is out for the 5th time here tonight. This one coming out with 46 laps to go. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And we're not seeing the yellow just yet. Not sure if there was debris on the track or what the call was. See one car making its way down pit road. That was the car we're told that was involved in. It's the 82 oil coming out of the bottom of the 82 Taylor Hull.
That's a tough break for Taylor. Had a good run at Pulaski, finished up in the 6th spot, came into this race 6th in points.
All right, guys, just a quick update there. After talking to an official, they did take the yellow due to oil in turn 1 and 2, also debris right in front of the finishing line here. So we're going to head down to 82, see what happened with that. But again, oil in turn 1 and 2 is the reason yellow came out. Back to you.
I'm thinking, Sarah, when you get down to Taylor Hull's 82, you're going to find out that that's probably where the fluids came from and maybe even the debris.
Yeah, you could see him working on the right rear there, the number 82 car. Taylor Hole out of Dallas, Texas. Really surprised in his headshot right there. Doesn't have a cowboy hat on, but nonetheless.
Well, we will take another break. We're going to come right back. You won't miss any of the green flag competition here at Cordele. Stay with us. Speed Sport 1 right after this.
Speed Sport 1 is the home for the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Watch top international teams push the limits of some of the fastest boats in the world, reaching speeds of up to 180 miles per hour. 14 classes, racing hull to hull, from Pro Class 1 to Super Cat. It's the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Catch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Get racing news, analysis, highlights, and more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at speedsport.com. Get it all. NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One, World of Outlaws, Trans Am, IHRA, and more. Speed Sport has been America's trusted source of racing news since 1934. Speedsport.com is America's motorsports authority. Check it out today. The wait is finally over. The IHRA Stock Car Series is here, and it's on Speed Sport 1. This is what stock car racing is all about.
The International Hot Rod Association is going stock car racing.
There's big money on the line, and racers willing to push the limits for a piece of the pie.
Leaning on each other as we cross the start-finish line, head down into turn number 1.
Watch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
Sun setting to the east here in Cordele, Georgia. It's about 7:30 in the evening here. We've got 28 minutes to go, or 46 laps, whichever comes first.
Yeah, an hour and a half for 100 laps with the Pro Late Models, or 2 hours and 125 laps for the Late Model Sportsman coming up next. Brandon Carr back in the pits again.
Taylor Hull was the reason for this caution. He brought out some fluids and a little bit of debris out onto the racetrack. Former drifting champion, and he's an amateur hat weaver. Of course, he's out of Dallas, Texas, so he makes his own hats.
Yeah, and he's won titles in the Thunder Roadsters and Legends as well, so an oval track guy, likes to go slideways, but doesn't like to sit in the pits.
Brandon Carr has been spending too much time there as the points leader. You can see they're still working on the back end of that 6, which got jacked up earlier on. That was the cause of caution number 4 when Casey Roderick hiccuped coming to the green, and Carr lifted and then got lifted from behind, did the damage to the backside of the 6, and caused a chain reaction that damaged a bunch of cars.
Yeah, definitely going to be a shake-up in the points with Brandon Carr. Had a 6-point lead over Nick Loden coming into this race.
Yeah, I was thinking if Casey holds on, that would be the best thing for Carr.
Because the way the points go,
Casey didn't run the opening round.
You get 50 points to win. Second is 45, and then it drops by 1.
Yeah.
So you get those extra bonus points to get the win. And in the case of chasing the championship with Casey not running the first race, Nick wouldn't gain as much on Brandon Carr if Casey won.
Casey gets, 5 for winning the pole, and then it counts down 1 from there.
And then it counts down 1 to top 5. So
and Brandon was
third.
A third.
Yep.
So he'll get a couple points out of that.
So back side by side with the pace vehicle side by side out in front.
And Brandon is back out on the track. He's got some significant damage to the left rear, the entire rear section of that 6 car. Yeah, it's just kind of hanging on the backside there, sticking out on the right rear. It's going to be a lot of drag on that side of the race car going into the corner.
You see Carter Whalen at the back of the field. There's a good shot on the 6 car as he drives by Brandon Carr. So she'll get the 1-to-go signal this time by, as Ralph mentioned, 46 laps to go, or 25 minutes and 11 seconds and counting.
Here's our schedule. Pro late model race should be done around 7:45 or so tonight. And at the top of the hour, we'll have the 125 lapper or 2 hours, whichever comes first, to complete our late model event. Getting ready to go back to green here. Keeping an eye on Kevin Moss. Flagman says, "Go boys!" Green flag waves and we're at it again. Down into 1. Casey Roderick back on the throttle first. He's going to lead Loden all the way down the backstretch and into turn number 3.
Yeah, and if Nick Loden tries to go around the outside, he might have to worry about the 92 or that 32 as they get a little loose there coming off turn 4.
Yeah, a little deeper in the back there, that 32 car Dutton.
Yeah, Dutton's making a move to the inside there, that battle for the 3rd spot.
Yeah, he's been hanging around inside that top 5, Stuart Dutton. Having a pretty good run. You see him down there on the inside. And Carr at the tail end of the field now. Trying to get as many laps as he can, get as many points as he can.
Leaders back up front, Casey Roderick in that 62 car. Nick Loden in 2nd in the 43.
There's a 55 of Haig, still running in 5th. 5th and 6th position, fighting it out there. The 88 involved Jeremy Williams and Mark Day. In the 8 car running 7th as he got into the back.
Yeah, Mark Day checked up a little bit there, got into the back of Jeremy Williams, and he stays in the gas, and the 88 spins around, but there's Nesbitt and the 55 of Haig. Again, that's the battle now for the 4th position. Stuart Dutton holds on to 3rd all by himself, the black and white number 32 car. I tell you what, I wouldn't count out that 32 car.
No.
Showing a lot of speed, had a great qualifying effort. Didn't have the best of luck the first handful of laps, but I mean, there's still a lot of laps to go here.
Dutton out of Tallahassee, Florida, that Chevy Impala bodied machine. Duluth Motorsports, Terry Short Apartments, South Georgia Spray Foam, all sponsoring his efforts. We watch the battle for 5th and 6th. And 7th. Day in the 8 car runs in 6th. Palmer Haig in the 55P is 5th. Jeremy Williams in the 88 holds down 7th.
Brandon Carr shown in the 12th position. As you see that number 8 there, again, that is Mark Day. Looks very similar to the black and white 6 Setzer Racing entry driven by Brandon Carr, but
which is that one right there.
A little bit more damage on the right rear on the 6 car than there is that 8 car.
He's fighting with Taylor Hull in the 82.
There's that 8 car with the white stripe on it. Best way to tell them apart. That 8, as they come by very quickly, the 8 and the 6 kind of blend together.
Toro Rodriguez in the other 8. Toyota Camry. He's now living in Mooresville, North Carolina, but he goes back and forth down to Mexico, does some racing still down there, competes in the ARCA Menard Series as well. The runner-up last year in the Carolina Pro Late Models in 2025.
Yeah, that's Stephen Chun right in front of him in that 84C car. Chun started back in the 12th spot. Toro started back in 15th. And right now they are both inside the top 10.
Toro going to run the entire IHRA Pro Late Model Series in that number 8. Race lead fight starting to separate a little bit here between our race leader, Casey Roderick, and second place, Nick Loden.
Yeah, and about half a straightaway back behind Nick Loden is Stuart Dutton. For a while there, it looked like he was kind of slowly reeling these guys in, but has kind of fallen off a little bit. Do we have one off the track
Avery,
again? We do.
Off by the watermelon patch.
Caution number 6.
Avery Demlin again. Been a part of a handful of our cautions tonight. See what happened to her this time. Oh, she got off on the dirt.
Yep.
It just kept sliding.
Yeah, tough to get it back on the track when you get up in that soft dirt and get the sand, if you will, on your tires, and pull it back on the track, just kind of spins you out. So more than likely she'll be okay to restart here.
Yeah. And you got to be careful if you get off there, head towards that watermelon patch, because there is a ditch out there just before you get to the patch, and you really don't want to go skipping through that.
No, you do not. So good that she was able to kind of woe that thing down. We'll be able to restart, albeit at the tail of the field once again, but that will set up another restart for these leaders, and that will put the 32 right behind the leader.
All right, guys, you did see just there that Avery Demlin did go out into the watermelon patch. When she was pitting earlier, I had a chance to jump down and actually ask her a quick question. I said, what's going on? She's like, the car's really loose. I saw her crew grab some zip ties. They were working on a few things, but she just said, it's really loose. Those are the only 2 words she said. So back to you.
Well, that can be a real challenge, and apparently it is for her tonight, as she's struggled with that car a handful of times tonight, bringing out the caution. And talking with Roderick about the car, he said he really enjoys driving this new rule book that the IHRA has put together with these cars. He likes the way the shocks and the tires, he said, really makes the driver have to drive the race car.
Right.
He said you really feel it. He said when you run in the bump stops and everything, he said you kind of run the car down into the corner. It goes very numb. You don't really feel much. He said here you really feel it, and Avery's really feeling it loose tonight.
So again, caution number 6 here as we close in on the final 33 laps with the Pro Late Models. We still have the 125 lap Late Model Sportsman race.
And we're inside of 20 minutes to go, 18 minutes and 30 seconds, whichever comes first. Looks like Hull is back in the 82.
Yeah, he's been in and out of the pits a handful of times.
Well, I hate to tell you, Rob, because I know how much you crave a good, juicy watermelon, but we're just a little bit early, buddy. The watermelon patch is right there, but you got to get a little deeper into summer before they're
ready
really
to go,
ripe and ready to go. Yeah.
Yep.
I know that'll be a part of your 4th of July celebration, though, I'm sure.
It usually is.
Yeah.
It usually is.
If you folks haven't been able to tell, Rob just does not enjoy.
Not a fan.
The wondrous fruit that is watermelon.
Yeah, and I made the mistake of mentioning that earlier today.
There's a couple of things you made a big mistake of mentioning.
In the watermelon capital of the world.
Yeah. I'm just letting the others go till we get a little deeper into May.
I can certainly appreciate where we are, having grown up as a farmer's child on the West Coast. But
not in the watermelon capital.
Not in the watermelon capital of the world, no. More like the grapes and raisins capital of the world.
Central Valley, right?
Central Valley, yes, sir.
Central Valley, Northern California. Cars guys running through a bunch of rolls of tape there, aren't they?
Yep, they don't call it 200-mile-an-hour tape for nothing. It typically fixes everything at some point, somehow. They're doing all they can to try and get that spoiler to stay on.
Quite possibly one of the greatest inventions of all time, right?
It might be. It might be. Yep.
I mean, if you rank it up there with
safety wire on race cars and duct tape, you'll
tethers,
fix a lot of things.
All right, Kevin Moss says, we got to go, guys and gals. We need to get this one in.
You know, I like this restart. Stuart Dutton will start right behind Casey Roderick, and if he can get a good restart and not leave Nick Loden a lane, that could change things up here.
He's got to beat Loden to turn 3. If he can inch up on him going into 3, he could really have a shot at second place. All right, they're picking the pace up a little bit early this time, rolling into 3. Then they slowed down. Now they're getting ready to go. Kevin Moss looks the field over. Green flag, back at it. Casey beats them all down into turn number 1, and Dutton not able to do it. He's going to lose some ground, gets hung to the outside, and he's going to lose the spot to Haig for 3rd as we watch the leaders go through 3 and 4.
Yeah, Dutton had a little contact there with Martin Nesbitt, and they kind of got together, and that allowed Haig to shoot to the inside in turn 1 on that last lap.
Now Haig starting to separate and close in on our top 2. So if Loden's not careful, he's not going to be looking out the front mirror. He's going to be having to focus on the rear. Oh, man, he gets into the back of Roderick, and they get loose through 3 and 4.
Yeah, you could tell that he had a good run,
aggressive.
And he did not want to give it up.
And Roderick squeezed him a little bit in 1 and 2, but not enough. Loden's still right there. He didn't back out of the throttle as they head down into 3.
Yeah, 55 car with the best seat in the house, watching these guys go side by side as he sits in that 3rd spot. But now Roderick with the momentum down in turn 1.
Horniman gets up in between them there as he's rolling around on the bottom in 1 and 2. And they got to move up a lane. Horniman being down there really helped Roderick catch a break.
Yeah, good move by Roderick there to be able to get around him with no issues, as Nickelodeon now falling back a couple car lengths. And Stuart Dutton back there still in that 3rd position. Or check that, Palmer Hagen in the 3rd position. Dutton back to 4th. Nesbitt, who restarted 4th, right now running out your top 5.
28 laps remaining here.
Casey Roderick, his car has just been able to turn very well this entire race. When the sun was out and the track temp was up, now that the sun's down and we're pretty much full shade all the way around a 3/8 mile D-shaped Cordele Motor Speedway. And he's able to kind of run that thing on the outside. He can run it down low. He can keep it down low. He's been playing chicken with that inside guardrail right there. But Nick Loden still keeping him honest. When Loden was out front, Roderick was keeping him honest, and vice versa. As you can see, that 8 car, Mark Day, getting by Jeremy Williams.
That's a fight for 6 right there. Williams in the 88. Day is in the 8 car and holding down that 6th position. We're yellow once again, this time for the 7th time here in this 100-lap race. Quick scan of the track. I don't see it yet. I don't know if you do. You see it, Rob?
No, I do not. It looks like
somewhere outside the window we can't see, maybe. Cameras haven't found it yet either. Oh, there we go. Car stalled at pit entry. Horniman.
Yeah, we saw him slow on the racetrack, and Joshua Horniman coming to a stop and just not in a good position there, so they brought out the caution to make sure he gets in safely. Finished up 15th at Pulaski, and Horniman shown in 13th there at the last completed lap. 3rd-generation driver known as J-Dog. Interesting story about Joshua Horniman there is he was born with a severe hearing impairment, started using hearing aids when he was 3 years old, and I read where he viewed it as a superpower when he was younger.
Yeah, he's really been able to turn what would hinder most people into something that has really helped him. I don't know if help is the right way of putting it, but it's inspired him to push through and find another level.
Yeah, part of that Black Acid Racing Apparel group there is
former Legends Car champion, Tri-County Speedway, Horniman.
Yeah, you could see damage on the rear end of this thing and just not pushing straight. So that's going to do it for Horniman. You can see the hashtag there, keep digging, dog.
I guarantee you, when he gets out of that car, though, knowing Joshua the way we do, he's going to be smiling. That's the kid that always has a smile on his face. And you'd have to have that positive attitude to overcome the challenges like he has, right?
Yeah, for sure. Well, 25 laps to go.
Or 12 minutes.
Or 12 minutes and under 12 minutes as the time continues.
Yeah.
7 cautions later, a couple big ones.
Hull still struggling to get going again at 82.
Brandon Carr is back out. We saw him prior to that most recent restart, just trying to
not seeing Carr on the
salvage a finish. I think he's around 10th.
10th? Yeah, there he is, 10th across the top of the screen. So that's not where he was hoping to be, but way better than it was looking like it was going to be early on, right? Look at all the tape that was used on holding that back end together, getting that spoiler up in the air. Now, one of the challenges due to all the yellows that we've had,
fuel.
And the 92
wow,
is struggling because of it. Martin Nesbitt, who had such a great run going, is sitting in 5th, and we're hearing he's out of fuel.
Yeah, that's a tough break for sure.
Man.
Well, again, that's going to shake it up, put Mark Day up into the top 5 in that 8 car. That black car left your screen with the 2 stripes on the hood is Mark Day. He'll restart 8th, right to the outside of Jeremy Williams. Williams originally started 6th. Mark Day started right behind him in 8th, and that's where he'll restart here.
Down to 10, just inside 10 minutes to go. They're going to push Nesbitt's entry off the racetrack. So we will get back to green, I think, here. It's just a matter how much of these final 25 laps, is that what's left? 25 laps we're going to get.
Well, that's a shame for Nesbitt for sure. Like I mentioned, you know, he finished 5th at Pulaski, was running 5th.
All right, we're told 1 to go. We'll have Nesbitt off the racetrack. Now, can Casey Roderick get one more good restart? Day in the 8, sitting back in 6th. Or can Nick Loden pull the trigger just early enough?
Well, now he's got Palmer Haig behind the leader. We saw, Stuart Dutton unable to really do anything on that restart as far as trying to have a shot at the leader starting 3rd.
And Haig brought out the 2nd caution of the day. Remember, he got off the dirt.
Yep.
Filling up Nesbitt. He's giving him enough. Get him going again.
So he sits on pit lane, lights out on the racetrack. Here we go. 25 laps to go, or 8 minutes, 20 seconds.
Here we go. Coming to the green. Kevin Moss waves and we're underway. Roderick, first one to turn 1, but he's got Loden right on the outside. Nick gets a good run through 1 and 2.
Oh,
they're bumping
contact.
and banging coming off of turn number 2. The fight for the lead heads off into turn number 3. Door to door here at Cordele. Casey Roderick fighting on the inside, but Nick Loudon on the outside, really making it difficult for him with that 43. Using up all the racetrack as they come off of 2. Continuing to lead on each other as they run down the backstretch into turn number 3. Loudon with the lead as they come off of 4. The clock ticks down to 7.5 minutes to go. And 23 laps remaining, and Nick Loden leads.
What a great restart by that 43 car. Got a great run on the restart there. Coming off turn 2, was able to work the high line to his advantage to get back by Casey Roderick. These guys really putting on a show here at Cordele.
Palmer Haig holds down third. Mark Day is in fourth. Stuart Dutton is in fifth. Williams, Chun, and Carr after that inside the top 8. There's Day. Dutton's in that 32. Haig's in the 55, and he's dropping in a hurry. He's going to lose a couple of spots here.
Yeah, Mark Day gets by and brings Stuart Dutton there in that 32 right on by. So that is third, fourth, fifth, and sixth with the 88 of Jeremy Williams up into the mix, trying to get to the inside of the 55 down into turn number 3.
Here comes that 88 looking inside of Haig. Williams trying to make something happen in that fight for fifth. Leaders are into 1 and 2 just in front of them with 20 to go here, or 6 minutes.
Yeah, Jeremy Williams, fourth at Pulaski, came into this race fourth in the points,
Here's
so
Williams.
he's up into it as well.
Diving to the inside at 3. The 88 making the move on Haig. Haig fighting to hold on to a spot in the top 5. Fends him off for now, and Carr right there, the points leader, trying to get back as many points as he can here tonight. If he can get in the top 5, Rob, that would be huge for the driver of car number 6.
Yeah, for sure. He certainly sits in that 7th position right now as we go back up front. Loden still trying to hold off Casey Roderick. He knows time's running out. Laps are going away as we get set. He'll take a look to the inside.
Roderick getting aggressive now. Casey Roderick in that bright yellow number 6 making the move to the inside as we go into 3 once again. 17 laps remaining as they come to the line here.
Trying to shut the door on him in turn 1, but Roderick with the line.
Roderick's going to have the advantage as they come down the backstretch and head off into turn number 3. He's going to just get the nose out in front as they turn the wheel to the left once again. Coming off of 4, Roderick's going to get credited with the lead here with 16 laps remaining. Roderick, Loden, Day, Dutton, Haig, that's your top 5 now.
Just great side-by-side racing for these top 2 right here, man. Just very respectful, a little bit of nudge here and there.
Little bump and run move going on here by the 43, Nick Loden. He gets inside after getting him loose in 4. Loden's going to make the run off the inside coming off of turn number 2. 15 laps remaining as they head down the backstretch to 3. Roderick's got to mount a challenge again as they come to the line. 14 to go. Give that one to Loden.
Yeah, you can see Roderick.
Day, Dutton, and Haig still your top 5. Williams and Carr. And once again, Roderick challenging. 5 minutes remaining on the clock.
A great crossover move for the 62 car.
Look at Loden come back to the inside as they come up off the 4. Day is really closed in from 3rd. The 8 car is right there to get in the mix. Oh, Roderick back to the inside as they come off the 2.
Mark Day watching them both go side by side. What will he do as we close in on this one?
Well, there's no room to the bottom. He might have to try to come right through the middle. Keep an eye on Day in the 88. Dutton is closed in from 4th in the 32. Then it's Haig, Carr, and Williams. 12 laps remaining. Inside of 4.5 minutes. There's Carr with the 88 of Williams on the backside of him. Carr sits in 6th. Can he get around Haig just in front of him and get back in the top 5?
Yeah, tremendous drive for Brandon Carr, trying to salvage that points lead or keep it as tight as possible.
Look at the battle for the lead once again with 11 to go, headed down into 3. Roderick to the inside in the 62, the bright yellow car. Nick Loden doing a great job of holding him off on the outside in the 43, the black, blue, and yellow machine. Mark Day in the black and white number 8, ready to pounce if he gets a crack. He's in the 3rd position in car number 8. Roderick, 10 laps remaining, 3 minutes on the clock. Which one's going to tick off first? Dutton's right there in 4th in the 32. Any one of these 4 cars could win it, or maybe they all 4 crash, and it's going to be Palmer Haig taking the victory here tonight in Cordele.
Yeah, Mark Day and Stuart Dutton there trying to close in on these guys. As you could see, Casey Roderick still trying to hold that low part of the racetrack and make him have to go around him.
Coming down to 3 minutes to go with 8 laps remaining. The intensity's going to ratchet up in a hurry here. Somebody's going to get aggressive. Casey Roderick has broken away a little bit, and by a little bit, I mean by about 1.5 feet, if you will, from the 43 of Nick Loden. That could go away in a hurry with 7 laps remaining now.
Yeah, still within a couple car lengths as they exit turn number 2. Under 3 minutes on the clock. It'll be 6 to go as they cross the start-finish line this time.
And if you're loving this, don't forget we got a 125 lapper coming up for the limiteds after this. The late models, I should say, the late model stocks. 5.5 laps remaining as they run down that backstretch and set off into turn number 3. Casey Roderick, Nick Loden, Mark Day, Stuart Dutton, your top 4. Palmer Haig sitting back in 5th. 5 laps remaining. The clock down inside of 2.5 minutes. And Loden trying to figure out how he can reel Roderick back in.
Yeah, time's running out now, and it looks like Casey Roderick put it in overdrive and begins to pull away from that 43 car. Really thought that Mark Day might have a little bit more of a shot here late in this race. Got him to that 3rd spot, but unable to kind of hang with these guys. They're all kind of equal now as we close in on 3 laps to go.
Casey Roderick has a lot of laps around this place, and that might be making the difference here in the very, very late stages of it. Inside of 2 minutes to go, 3 laps remaining. Coming off of turn number 2 and down the backstretch off into turn 3 once again. Just a couple of laps remaining and about 3 to 4 car lengths now separating first and second place.
They have endured caution after caution after caution and put on a show here at Cordele as Casey Roderick will see the white flag this time by.
Kevin Moss has the white flag waiting at the flag stand for Casey Roderick. He started this race on the pole, led the majority of laps. Nick Loden led a few, led them when they really were meaning a lot at the late stages of this race. But Roderick has bounced back, fought through all the 7 cautions we've had here tonight. And Casey Roderick comes off of turn number 4 in his first race with the all-new IHRA Stock Car Series, and he will win here with the 100-lapper in Cordele, Georgia. That's a great way to make your debut with a new series, huh?
Just a tremendous effort by him as a driver. His whole team showed a lot of speed both days, put on a heck of a show. Some great racing between him and Nick Loden, and there they are telling each other great job. And how about Mark Day coming home in that final podium spot?
Day will take 3rd, Stuart Dutton will get 4th, Palmer Haig 5th, and how about Brandon Carr finishing in 6th? And that could be a championship-style drive by Brandon Carr here tonight. When we get to the end of the season in Rockingham, we might be saying Brandon Carr fighting through all the adversity in Cordele has made the difference, put him in a position to maybe be the champ at the end of the day.
Well, 45 points for second for Nick Loden and 5 points less for Brandon Carr as you see Casey Roderick set to climb out of his winning number 62. We talked about earlier how good Casey Roderick has been at this racetrack. He's got over 20 starts dating back to 2009. He's been a 2-time Speedfest Pro Late Model champion here. Knows this place very, very well and showed it here this afternoon. A lot of speed in practice yesterday, made his presence felt. Qualified on pole. And a great battle between him and Nick Loden, putting on a show for the fans here at Cordele, for us up in the booth, and for all of you folks watching. That was one heck of a show.
We all said when we first got here, we thought, man, Casey Roderick's here. That's going to be fun to watch. And we thought, for all of us, but not for the rest of the field.
That's
but
right.
They gave him a run for his money. He didn't just walk this one. He really had to fight for it. There's a good look at Casey.
I'm guessing he's a little wore out after that one.
The Ty King Racing Team out of McDonough, Georgia, winning the home race for them. Casey out of Pulaski, Mississippi. He's going to drive over to the Victory Lane area, which means he's got to go all the way around to get back to it.
So the top 3 making their way around to Victory Lane. Casey Roderick, Nick Loden, Mark Day. That's going to shake the points up just a little bit.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch as we head off to Tennessee for the first of 2 races at up there in Tennessee. Actually, we have 3 counting Memphis.
Right.
But
we'll be at Newport Raceway on May
twice
30th.
this year. That's our next stop, right?
Yes, sir. Just north of Pigeon Forge in that area. Easy to see that car on the racetrack. You see all the donuts on the side.
The Highliner 62.
If you could see the left side, I'm sure there'd be a few scrapes from this inside wall over here in turn number 1.
Well, he can't get through all the late models in front of him. getting ready for their next race. They're going to move over a couple of the cars, let them by. Let's take a look at the final results while we wait for Casey to make it over there. Roderick, Loden, and Day, top 3. There they are. Stuart Dutton, man, he really had a good run here tonight. I know he'd like to be on that podium, but you know what? That was a fine run to 4th.
Yeah, qualified 4th, finished 4th, and had a shot to end up on the box.
They know he was here.
He had a fast race car at the end. We thought he'd be in the mix for the win as well.
They knew he was here for sure. Looking back, Chad Chafin didn't really have the run he was hoping for. Got caught up in that big mess. Finishes inside top 20. Well, Casey's made his way to the victory lane area, so we're going to go ahead and head on down to Sarah, because as soon as he gets out, she's going to grab him for an interview. Go ahead, Sarah.
All right, Casey, congratulations. Your debut here at the IHRA Series, and you're taking home the first spot in this podium. How does it feel?
Oh, it feels great. Man, what a blast that was. We fought hard there with Loden, and he put on a good fight. I enjoyed the heck out of that. Some old school racing right there. That's what I like. This whole weekend's been fun, tuning this thing old school, and just on shocks and springs, and puts a lot of the driver back in play, I feel like, and I really like what they're trying to do with this series. We got some bugs to work out. There's a few little things that's got to be done differently car-wise to accommodate the tech rules and all. So I feel like we crushed ourselves a little bit just to get through tech there to be a little better. But, man, hats off to these guys. Ty King Motorsports, X10 Lift. Man, just everyone that pitches in, 77 Speed Shop, Doug Stevens, Alex Lee, and Ty King himself for giving me the opportunity. I really appreciate it, and it was a blast. I'm glad we pulled off a win.
Well, $8,000 richer, so congratulations once again. We'll see you at the next series soon.
Yeah, for sure. That helps going towards the next race. And, man, hats off to the 43. I enjoyed racing them right there. Being banged a little bit, but it's still fairly clean there. So I enjoyed it.
All right. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Well, we got a new championship challenger, don't we?
Yes, we do. Points have been shaken up. Nick Loden in the hunt.
We'll talk to the rest of the top 3 when we come back to Georgia. Stay with us.
Find the best in IMCA racing on Speed Sport 1. Get down and dirty with the modifieds, race saver sprint cars, stock cars, sport mods, hobby stocks, and more. Throughout the season, we'll take you to some of the best dirt tracks across the country. Not only that, but you've got access to the biggest IMCA events of the year, from the Winter Nationals to the Super Nationals. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. The wait is finally over. The IHRA Stock Car Series is here, and it's on Speed Sport 1. This is what stock car racing is all about.
The International Hot Rod Association is going stock car racing.
There's big money on the line, and racers willing to push the limits for a piece of the pie.
Leaning on each other as we cross the start-finish line, head down into turn number 1.
Watch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Race fans have a home on Speed Sport 1. Feel the roar of IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Experience the power of American muscle with a Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Speed Sport 1 has a wide variety of motorsports competition that will satisfy your inner racer, from IMCA dirt track action to Ferrari Challenge North America. Speed Sport 1 is 24/7. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
Welcome back to Cordele Motor Speedway, joined now by the driver of the number 43 car, Stuart Dutton. I know you have to jump into another vehicle soon, so let's go ahead and discuss what's going on, how you felt out there, and what you're going to plan for the next race.
That racing with Casey was the most fun I've had racing in years. That was pretty awesome. Would have liked to win, but it was still a good finish. I like to thank my team, my dad, day two, and everyone else, Tyler, Darren, Jesse, my grandparents, Danny, Jessica, and CB Partners, AFCO, Longacre, Buzzy Racing, Ryan Competition Carburetors, and Bubba Gale for helping us. Got the car, both cars rolling really good, so hopefully we can keep it up the rest of the season.
And I apologize for that. I misspoke. It's Nick. I didn't mean to say that. But how'd you feel they're coming around? I know that Casey was very excited about just real old style racing, how you guys were going at it, and he was pretty excited about that.
Yeah, he drove me there at the end. I think our cars were pretty equal. I gave it all I had, but he edged me out. I got that right hot, and I just couldn't run with him the last 10 laps, but it was fun.
So what are your plans next for this next race?
I don't know. Try not to fall to sea. I'm pretty freaking tired after that, so.
All right. Well, congratulations on that podium finish.
Thank you. Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah. Nick Loden getting ready to start from the pole position. P1 in qualifying for the late model Sportsman 125-lap feature event here at Cordele Motor Speedway. Good qualifying effort for the North Carolina driver. He'll start on the pole alongside Michael Foes. We have a total of 27 cars that will take the green flag here in this final event of the night. Great race that we saw over at Pulaski. Of course, the winner of that race not here with us tonight, so we will see a bit of a change in the points, and we'll see the second different winner with the late model Sportsman division for the IHRA Stock Car Series. So good run there for Nick Loden. Pretty solid effort. Showed a lot of speed, and even though he's wore out, Ralph said, I got to start from the pole for the next race.
Yeah. He's good and warmed up now, right? All right, let's head back down. Here's Sarah once again.
All right, joined now by Mark Day, number 3 in the podium here this evening. How'd you feel out there? Let's kind of walk through the race and what your mentality was as you continued on.
Well, you know, I'd love to get through one of these races without spinning out and having to go to the rear, but, hey, it happens. Our car was pretty tight. We kind of made some bad decisions for qualifying, and it continued to be tight. When we started the race, we pitted and swapped the left sides and increased some stagger in the back, and it got better, but we still really were hard on the right front tire, and I didn't think I'd even be that good at the end of the race there. I really figured I just killed the right front and was doomed to the mid-pack or whatever, but I got to thank William Scoggin. He's the reason that we're running this series. He's kind of funding this deal. My guys here at the racetrack, I don't have but 2 guys and my granddaughter, so you know, and one of them has to go spot, so I basically have 1 guy in the pit. So, you know, we're just a little deal and struggle a little bit, but, hey, we made the best of it tonight, I guess.
Did the attitude change a little bit? I sensed a little frustration a couple of times when you came into the pit, but it seems like things kind of evened out as they rolled along in the race.
Oh, yeah. You know, I mean, you hate to spin and have to go to the rear and try to pass every car on the racetrack, but, hey, it's part of racing. It happens. Maybe it won't happen the next race.
All right. Well, thank you, and congratulations once again.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Guys, back to you.
Finished on the podium. He's racing with his granddaughter. That's a great day.
Doesn't get much better than that, does it?
No, sure doesn't. I'll tell you what, it's turned out to be a beautiful night out there, too. I just stepped outside, cooling off a little bit. It'll be a nice night for those guys inside those race cars as we get ready for 125 laps with our late model Sportsman coming up right here on Speed Sport 1 after this.
wait is finally over. The IHRA Stock Car Series is here, and it's on Speed Sport 1. This is what stock car racing is all about.
The International Hot Rod Association is going stock car racing.
There's big money on the line, and racers willing to push the limits for a piece of the pie.
Leaning on each other as we cross the start-finish line, head down into turn number 1.
Watch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Get racing news, analysis, highlights, and more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at speedsport.com. Get it all. NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One, World of Outlaws, Trans Am, IHRA, and more. Speed Sport has been America's trusted source of racing news since 1934. Speedsport.com is America's motorsports authority. Check it out today. Speed Sport 1 is the home for the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Watch top international teams push the limits of some of the fastest boats in the world, reaching speeds of up to 180 miles per hour. 14 classes, racing hull to hull, from Pro Class 1 to Super Cat. It's the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Catch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
Late model Sportsman lined up and ready to go here at Cordele Speedway. We are in Cordele, Georgia, the watermelon capital of the world. In another month or two, that big field behind us there off of turn 3 and 4 are going to be full of them. Here's a look at the lineup for our 125 lapper. Nick Loden, who just finished second in our pro late model race, is going to start on the pole in his other 43. Michael Foes on the outside of him. Cade Brown, that's a strong competitor in the 17B. Keep an eye on him on the inside of row number 2 with Neil Meredith alongside of him. And as you look back through this group, just as strong as what we saw in the pro late models.
Yeah, you see Brandon Hanks, a good qualifying effort there. Coy Beard, who finished second at Pulaski, will start outside row number 4. Here's a look at row 6 through 10. Zeke Shell, a good qualifying effort.
And how about Jeremy Mayfield in the 19? Former NASCAR Cup star.
Going to have his work cut out for him a little bit here, coming from row 8, but it's not impossible. Big field of cars here, as you can see the final few rows.
The Gatlin gun, Lance Gatlin, will start outside of row 11 next to Derek Lancaster. And Benny Hamlet will bring up the field from the inside of row 14.
Yeah, his son Peyton will start inside row number 9.
This is 125 laps or 2 hours if we have to go to the clock.
Yeah, Nick Loden, I mean, he knows what the track's like right now, right? He just spent about an hour and a half on it.
Yeah.
And it's got a very fast late model Sportsman car as well.
Got that yellow and blue 43 just sitting there at the front of the field. Going to start on the pole.
Cade Brown, who will start to the inside of row number 2 in that black number 17B. Finished up 4th at Pulaski. Comes into this race 3rd in series points. Points awarded just like we saw in pro late model. They get 50 to win, then it drops by 5, 45 for second, and then 1 all the way down.
I'll tell you what, Nick keeps racing the way he is tonight. Throughout the course of the year, he's going to have a shot at both of these championships.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see when the points come out exactly where they are. He was 6th down in pro late model coming into this race, and with qualifying and giving up or gaining points on Brandon Carr, it's going to be pretty tight.
It sure is. And they'll have about a month to tweak on their race cars and get ready to go to Tennessee for the first time. First of 3 trips to Tennessee this year. Of course, you'll be able to see all the races live right here on Speed Sport 1 throughout the course of the season, all the way through to the season finale in Rockingham.
Yeah, another good field of cars here. 27 to take the green flag, 125 laps. Little pit walk here down pit lane as the competitors sit. Nets are up, locked and loaded, ready to go.
And don't forget, every Thursday, right here on Speed Sport 1, it's IHRA Thursdays. Next week, it's Outlaw Nitro highlights from Benson, North Carolina, and the F1 Powerboats from Bradenton, Florida. Every Thursday, IHRA Thursdays, right here on Speed Sport 1. We'll have an encore of today's race from here in Cordele tomorrow on Speed Sport 1 at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. In case you miss any of the action or you want to call your friends and let them know how good it is to watch this IHRA Stock Car Series in action. Well, hi, everybody. Ralph Sheen, Rob Klepper back here with you inside our broadcast booth high above the racetrack here in Cordele. And the field's starting to roll off. 125 laps or 2 hours. Based on what you saw out of the last race, any particular thoughts on what you expect here?
Well, I expect a lot of green flag runs, to be honest with you. I think we're going to lay down a lot of green flag laps. We saw it at Pulaski. Those guys can turn in some good laps.
What did we do, 82 laps? I think
82 or 84, I think we went green at Pulaski, and we had about 12 more cars. So this is a great field of cars, a lot of talent from the front to the back, and don't think that, just because someone's starting at the tail, they don't have a shot to win this race. 125 laps is a long time. You catch a couple cautions, got a fast race car, you can get your way up to the front here. So it's going to be interesting. You can see the 3-lap to go signal being given. So we'll see these drivers line up side by side, and Nick Loden bring them to the green.
Kevin Moss handling the flags for the IHRA on all of our Stock Car Series races. Tim Horton is our series director. If you're new to our brand new IHRA Stock Car Series, Daniel Horton is the assistant series director. Dennis Adcock, who used to run Darlington International Raceway, was one of the top 2 members of NASCAR's Truck Series for years, is our competition director. Robert Presley, of course, big star in NASCAR racing over the years. Race director and handling race control, Mike Phillips, who runs Rockingham now and was a big part of NASCAR for many, many years, is our safety director. Kevin Moss, we've already talked about. Danny Rollins is our head tech official. And Andy Dunlap is our chief spotter. Those are the key names at the top of the board, all below Daryl Cuttle, the man who owns the IHRA, and Leah Martin, who is the president of the IHRA and doing a great job leading the International Hot Rod Association into this amazing new version of this well-known historic brand of motorsports.
Yeah, very quickly we'll see these cars going side by side, getting lined up, ready to go. Again, 125 laps, 2 hours on the clock, if needed. Cordele Motor Speedway, just off of I-75 here on Farmers Market Road. I thought that made perfect sense.
Yeah, you're going to be near a watermelon patch. Might as well be near a farmer's market, right?
Yeah, the Nolans have done such a great job here at this racetrack.
It is a really nice facility.
Ricky Brooks, the GM.
3/8 mile D-shaped oval, 12 to 18 degrees of banking in the corners.
Prior to Cordele Motor Speedway was known as Crisp Motorsports Park, Watermelon Capital Speedway, Interstate Raceway back in the day, opened up in the early 80s. Originally.
I always knew it as Watermelon Speedway. First chance we've had to come down here and see some racing here. Although it's not all that far from where I live up in Charlotte, it's just one of those things, the schedules don't always work out, you know, Rob, and a lot of places you want to go to, you can't imagine you haven't been there yet. You just, one reason or another, can't make it.
It's happened to me a couple times in the month of May.
Don't get me started. Hey, you're bringing it up on yourself. I was going to hold off. Rob Klepper has never been to the Indy 500. I almost stopped talking to him today.
Made the mistake of mentioning that
and I'm
earlier
still thinking
today.
about it.
Yeah, I can see it.
Still thinking about it.
I get it. I live in Indianapolis, as my
producers
asking me in my ear.
It doesn't even have anything to do with that.
I'm not from
Indianapolis 500.
I understand.
You are a lifer in the motorsports game.
I am not disagreeing with you.
You are as much into racing as anybody I know.
We were either racing on Sundays with the midget up in Wisconsin or out of town covering races.
But you're not anymore, and you have no more excuses. Your wife works for USAC.
Yes.
Are you kidding me?
I am not kidding you.
Come on. Get it figured out, Klepper.
You guys now have a project.
No, you have a project.
There's your documentary. Get Rob Klepper to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
I'm not talking anymore once this broadcast is over.
It's a win-win for everybody.
Well, you have between now and our next broadcast to get this figured out, because the next running of the Indy 500 is the weekend before we go to Tennessee. So
there you go.
I expect to see you.
I'll have a full report.
Well, I'm going to be there. I'll be looking for you. Lights are off on our pace vehicle. We are getting ready to go green. Nick Loden in the 43, Michael Foose in the 54, Kate Brown 17B, Neil Meredith in the 36. That's your top 4 cars as we get ready to go for 125 laps or 2 hours here in Cordele, Georgia. Loden's had plenty of practice on his starts here tonight already. See what he can do here. Kevin Moss looking over the field. In the flag stand, there goes the green, and we are racing, and coming from the outside is Foose. Makes a great start down into turn number 1. He's going to take the lead as we get ready to come off of 2, but Loden creeps back up on the middle portion of turn number 2, and he's going to reclaim the lead by the time we get to 3. Great aggressive driving by the 43. Get a lead lap number 1 here at Cordele Speedway.
Yeah, it was a great start for Michael Foes in that 54 car. It looked like he had a shot at it, and now just trying to hold off for that second position as Kate Brown is right there in that black 17B.
Oh, little slippage on the inside there in the 25R. Ricky Locklear. Man, that inside wall here at Cordele really and problems here coming off before the 25 and the 66. That is Austin Peters in the 66 and Derek Lancaster out of Christiansburg, Virginia in the black 25. And we got some bodywork hanging off there on the 25 in our first caution here at Cordele.
Yeah, Derek Lancaster started back in inside row number 11. Austin Peters inside row number 13. But going back to that start for the front row, Nick Loden got a really good start, but Michael Foes, he really timed it perfectly on that original start.
Got the back end of this one. Let's see if we can see anything here. Going to be behind this. Caution lights are already up by this point. It's all the way over in 4. There you can see him at the top of the screen.
Saw the 44 car stop at start-finish line and then continue on. The 33 also slow here on the front straightaway. There's Derek Lancaster in that number 25 car, the Virginia driver, 53 years old, 5th at Pulaski after qualifying 16th. So one of the drivers that raced his way up to the front. Also the 50 car into the pits. That's Trey Burke, the Texan.
Yeah, he was not involved in that incident unless he drove away before we got there. Alvin, Texas, the home of the 50.
Yeah, the Ross Dalton Racing entry had a great run at Pulaski from 13th to 7th. Didn't qualify probably where he wanted, back outside row number 9 here.
Trey spent 12 years racing an open wheel. His first ever late model race was at Pulaski, so this is race number 2. Spent a lot of time racing sprint cars on the dirt. I'm okay with that. I'm sure you are.
Yes, sir. Yep. You ran USAC Silver Crown stuff as well. Got a couple top 10s. One at Gateway. Big fast track for Silver Crown
Gateway
cars.
Silver Crown.
Also, I think at the Belleville High Banks, big half-mile dirt oval over there in Kansas. So, yeah, not the way he wanted to start his race for sure.
No.
We did get, I believe, 1 lap in.
Yep.
Yeah, I think Michael Foes may have watched a lot of that pro late model race with all those restarts going, okay, I'm right alongside Nick. I need to try and get the jump on him.
Either that or he's got a good tell from our flagman.
Yeah, guys, down here in the pits, looking at the car to the right of me, that is Trey Burke, the driver in the number 50. It appears right now they're looking at the lower suspension. We have not had that confirmed as they're still trying to get the truck, or the car rather, back out on the track. So, again, lower suspension may be that issue here for the number 50 car. Back to you.
Yeah, I don't know if Kevin Moss has any tells when he's about to throw that flag. And if you're on the outside, if you get a better look at it, here at Cordele, the way they angle off before, if he was just able to see that elbow twitch a little bit, you know, whatever it might be, because he jumped on it pretty good.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a trick to it, you know, and depending if you're on the front row, if you're starting second row, third row, the more you are around, the angle changes on how you see that flagman. And the second he goes to grab that thing, you're gone.
Well, he's going to get another crack at it here.
Now, if you're buried mid-pack and you got cars behind you, front of you, you can't really do much.
Watching the guy in front of you.
But
2 to go.
But he'll get another crack at it as Nick Loden inside, Michael Foes outside. And I mean, I think that's really all you can do is try and be side by side or enough far up that guy can't drift up at all, and he really has to stay down low, and you can kind of pinch him. That's where they're getting that run through 1 and 2 and able to kind of motor down into 3, and eventually you're kind of setting them up to make a move in 3 and 4.
Yeah. All right, the lights are off on our pace vehicle. Loden setting the tone in that yellow and blue 43 as they head down the back chute into 3. Here we go, Kevin Moss. Green flag. Loden quicker this time. Still has company right on the outside door as they come off a 2.
Oh, he's going to almost run him off the track.
Pushing. Brown trying to come up the inside in the 17B, and we got one sparking down the backstretch. That's that 50 car. That's Trey Burke. And Loden, lots of sparks showering now off the bottom of the 50. Right front and right rear, covered in sparks. Something's dragging that's not supposed to be.
Yeah, that's not right. You can see him wisely slowing down on the racetrack. And
can he get off the track, or is he going to sit on the outside?
He may just come to a stop there, and we could get another caution.
Still green for now. Now the yellow. So Trey Burke going to bring it out. Well, so much for 82 green.
So here's a look at it one more time. You can see bottom of your screen, all the sparks. Obviously something dragging there for Trey Burke. And once he got word that that was the situation, just decided to get up out of the groove and woe it down and bring the caution out. So second caution here in this 125 lapper. No change up front. Nick Loden, Michael Foes, Cade Brown was right there on that restart.
Well, we had 7 cautions in our Pro Late Model event and just beat the clock. Hopefully that's not the same situation here. But we will take care of some commercial activity here and get that handled and be right back for the green start. When we come back with more IHRA Stock Car Racing after this.
The wait is finally over. The IHRA Stock Car Series is here, and it's on Speed Sport 1. This is what stock car racing is all about.
The International Hot Rod Association is going stock car racing.
There's big money on the line, and racers willing to push the limits for a piece of the pie.
Leaning on each other as we cross the start-finish line, head down into turn number 1.
Watch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Race fans have a home on Speed Sport 1. Feel the roar of IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Experience the power of American muscle with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Speed Sport 1 has a wide variety of motorsports competition that will satisfy your inner racer. From IMCA Dirt Track action to Ferrari Challenge North America. Speed Sport 1 is 24/7. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Speed Sport 1 is the home for the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Watch top international teams push the limits of some of the fastest boats in the world, reaching speeds of up to 180 miles per hour. 14 classes, racing hull to hull, from Pro Class 1 to Super Cat. It's the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Catch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
Back here, the watermelon capital of the world, and that's where you will find Cordele Speedway in Cordele, Georgia. Beautiful early summery evening here. We're getting into late April. I know it's still spring, but it's sure starting to feel like early summer, isn't it?
Good watermelon making.
As if you would know.
Hot. You want good soil and you want hot temperatures. That's what produces.
Is that it?
Good watermelon. So I'm told.
Mr. Green Jeans? Okay.
Yes. Do want to correct something. I mentioned Ricky Brooks, the GM here at the racetrack. That was incorrect. It is, of course, Greg Noland. So my apologies, sir. And they do a fantastic job, as we were talking about before. Had never been here, and it really is just a great racetrack. The racing's been fantastic. The track layout, the people, everybody here has been great, and looking forward to coming back in the future.
Great venue to bring the family out and enjoy some good racing on the weekend. IHRA visiting with a brand new IHRA Stock Car Series. Hopefully this becomes one of our regular stops.
Yeah, for sure. Just 3 laps in the books, Ralph. So a lot of racing left to go. We'll see if Foes has anything for Nick Loden. We know he does. Can he get a good start?
Loden inching forward, bringing those RPMs up, watching Kevin Moss. who says, green flag, let's go. Loden jumps on it. He's going to beat Foes down into turn number 1, but look at Foes carrying the speed around the outside here as they come off of 2.
Cade Brown taking a look to the inside as well as Michael Foes slides high in that 54. Brown trying to tuck in right behind your leader.
Smoke out of the back of Foes' car there as they come off of turn number 4. Cade Brown going to sit in behind him in third. And we look back through the rest of the pack. Loden has cleared Foes. Somebody dipping a wheel off there.
And you see Dylan Newsom back there in the 44. Ricky Locklear Jr. getting by Newsom to move into that 4th position. So that 25R will take over 4th right now behind Cade Brown.
Rob, I'm not sure what it is, but I'm seeing a little bit of smoke coming off the back of our 2nd place car, Foes. I don't know if he's got a tire rub going on with the right rear, but something is smoking as he gets into the corners there. I'm just thinking maybe that right rear is getting a little body rub. Here's 4th, 5th, and 6th. Dylan Newsom, Ricky Locklear, and Dylan Ward. Newsom in the 44, Locklear 25R, Ward in the 7W.
Yeah, they've been side by side since this most recent restart. You can see the 44 working low there off turn number 2. That is Locklear in that white 25.
Cade Brown just in front of them in the black 17B.
Yeah, Cade Brown with a hot rod here tonight as well. Really, I mean, any one of these drivers throughout the entire field can win this race, but certainly in the top 10, showing a lot of speed in qualifying, and here early, they are still going at it.
Locklear out of Darlington, South Carolina. Runs the Charger division at Florence, where he's not running here with us. He's late model Sportsman cars with the IHRA.
Yeah, currently leads the points in the Charger division. 4 wins, I believe, this year so far. Trying to add a big one here tonight.
Newsom in the 44 hails from Goldsboro, North Carolina. Our drone chasing our top 5 cars around.
Yeah, Dylan Newsom had a solid effort at Pulaski as well. Started 10th, finished up 6th. Passed some cars, got some laps.
He's a 2-time champion at Cordele County Speedway in the late model series there. 2-time Southern National Motorsports Park champion. Won the Thanksgiving Classic there twice. Coastal Plains late model Sportsman champion. He's got wins at least 6 different racetracks, so he's a pretty tough competitor too in that 44. And this is 8th, 9th, and 10th. That's Neil Meredith in the 36 running in 8th. And in that group as well, here's Lane Woods in there.
Yeah, Lane Woods in the 92, Tyler Worley in the 16.
Worley making a bid on the outside here. He's got 8th locked up for now.
Yeah, we're seeing in the late model Sportsman, these guys able to move around a little bit more. That second lane, get a little bit more grip out there, maybe with the sun going down. Maybe a little of the rubber laid down by the pro late models. But that second lane is there a little bit more in this race than we saw in the previous one.
Tyler Worley in that 16 holding on to 7th. Worley from Weaverville, North Carolina. Camaro bodied Leavitt chassis machine.
From the drone on the front straightaways, they cross the start-finish line. There are the top 3. Nick Loden, Michael Foes, Cade Brown. Brown, that number 17. You can see it on the hood of that car.
At a Full Shear, Texas. 2022 Florence track champion. 2023 Hickory track champion. Also won the South Carolina 400. 23. Orange Blossom Shootout winner in 23. Had a lot of success. Got a Hedgecock chassis underneath that 17B. And everybody chasing Nick Loden right now, and he is having a whale of a night. Second in our pro late model race and leading here in our late model Sportsman categories. We switch to the battle for 8th between the 16 of Tyler Worley fighting it out with a 92 here. Lane Woods out of Vinton, Virginia, and that is a heck of a battle. Best one on the racetrack right now.
Yeah, Lane Woods, a youngster out of Virginia, as you mentioned. 9th at Pulaski and has been pretty much glued to Worley as they continue to go side by side. Woods with the advantage there coming off turn number 2. So we'll take over that position, set his sights now on the 75 of Coy Beard. Coy Beard right now running in that 7th spot.
Stacy Purrier is the crew chief on Woods' car. Chevrolet bodied entry. Jeremy Mayfield, by the way, running in 21st. So he's struggling a little bit in the 19. There he is. He's fighting with the 18. That's Chandler Gallman at Fountain Inn, South Carolina. And the 1 car right there with them as well, Zeke Shell out of Bluff City, Tennessee.
Well, Mayfield thought about it for a second to go 3 wide there coming off turn 2 and then got up out of the gas.
Zeke, the 2025 Tennessee State Champion in that Caring Hearts cardiology back machine, number 1. He's got a glowing right front. That brake rotor lighten up on him a little bit.
Yeah, pretty hard on the brakes trying to get that thing to turn. Chandler Gallman there, the South Carolina driver, the 81. Still side by side. Mayfield kind of nowhere to go as they continue side by side with him as Gallman gets a little loose there coming off turn 2. Mayfield does as well in the 19. He is trying to pick his way through some of these cars. Jeremy started back in 16th.
Oh, Zeke almost tapped that right rear on the wall there coming up at 4, didn't he? He got way up there. Zeke wanted us to make sure we mentioned that his daughter Bristol is not here with him along with his wife Amber because Bristol is competing in a top-level cheerleading competition this weekend, and he wishes her all the best, as we do as well. Go get him, Bristol. Dad's doing a pretty good job here. Nick Loden has started to pull away pretty good here, Rob. He's got himself a bit of a lead. Much bigger than he was used to in that Pro Late model race earlier.
Yeah, last time by, he was just about 2/10 exactly quicker than Michael Foes. His best lap of the race, 17.223. Foes' best lap, 17.372. Cade Brown right there as well.
He never even had a car length of a lead in the Pro Late model race. Here he's got 3-4 seconds on Foes.
Yeah, couldn't shake Casey Roderick, that's for sure, in the Pro Late models. And here, kind of enjoying a little bit more of a gap between first and second, though still a lot of laps to go. It'll be 95 laps to go as he crosses the stripe the next time by.
Brown holds on to 3rd, Newsom is 4th, Ward is 5th, Locklear 6th, Beard 7th, and Lane Woods in 8th.
Well, back in 2024.
Yellow flag is out, caution is out. This is caution number 3 on the night. Oh, we got a car over in turn 4, the 55, slow on the racetrack. Benny Hamlet and the 44 around as well.
That's Dylan Newsom.
Yeah, sure is, who is running up in 4th. Tough break for Newsom. And we are instituting the lucky dog rule for the first time here this weekend.
So the first driver a lap down will get put back on the lead lap. There is Benny Hamlet, father of Peyton. The 1 car, Zeke Shell.
Pit road. Taking the hood off on the 1.
Yeah, going to work on the 1 car. We documented how they had issues with the engine before Pulaski, put in the time to get the car ready, and unfortunately here tonight at Cordele find themselves back in the pits.
3rd caution of the night is out. We'll take a quick break. We're coming right back for more IHRA Stock Car Racing.
Find the best in IMCA racing on Speed Sport 1. Get down and dirty with the modifieds, Race Saver sprint cars, stock cars, sport mods, hobby stocks, and more. Throughout the season, we'll take you to some of the best dirt tracks across the country. Not only that, but you've got access to the biggest IMCA events of the year, from the Winter Nationals to the Super Nationals. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Speed Sport 1 is the home for the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Watch top international teams push the limits of some of the fastest boats in the world, reaching speeds of up to 180 miles per hour. 14 classes, racing hull to hull, from Pro Class 1 to Super Cat. It's the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Catch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Race fans have a home on Speed Sport 1. Feel the roar of IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Experience the power of American muscle with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Speed Sport 1 has a wide variety of motorsports competition that will satisfy your inner racer. From IMCA Dirt Track action to Ferrari Challenge North America. Speed Sport 1 is 24/7. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
Just a sliver of the moon showing here tonight in Cordele, Georgia. Pretty awesome what our astronauts did, huh?
Unbelievably
Going up
awesome.
there.
I mean, to be honest, we kind of forgot at home that they were coming back to Earth and finally got it turned on. Maybe, I don't know, a few minutes before they splashed down, and that was a really neat moment.
Looking forward to seeing what they're going to do in the future up there too.
Zeke Shell got the okay to head back out to the track.
Still working on the 50 over here, Trey Burke.
Yeah, it was Spark City there for a little bit. We're trying to figure out what the issue is.
Field has come to a stop. Kevin Moss has waved the red. Now, when we go to a yellow or to the red like we just have now, we have stopped counting laps when we go to yellow. Certainly when we go to red, obviously. But the clock keeps ticking.
Yes, the clock keeps ticking. That they will start that when they get the green, and it will keep going. It's just part of it, you know. When we still have 96 laps to go, or an hour 34. There's Zeke Shell sitting at the end of pit lane as the stop sign is up.
Caring Hearts Cardiology and Umaru Restaurant sponsoring Zeke's efforts.
After just talking with the crew of the #1 driver, Zeke Shell, they did say that he hit the wall a little bit earlier, so they thought some of the steering was maybe a little locked and took a look, but they couldn't find anything. They did see some cosmetic damage on that front right side, but he said other than that, they just kind of wanted to make sure everything was out. They let a little air out and then put a little more weight, and off they went. So back to you guys.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
Well, Dick Loden's kind of been the class of the field here. You can see on the ticker 1.897 seconds over Michael Foes before this most recent caution. Cade Brown about 2 seconds back, and then another second and a half back to Dylan Newsom. So top 4 or 5 cars kind of spread out pretty good with Nick Loden leading the way, really showing how much speed he has. And I wonder what he learned or after running the Pro Late models to get ready for this race, because obviously he had a fast race car, but I think the line around here is what has been the key for him.
Well, while they wait to get the track ready for us to go back to green, we will step away for a few moments and be right back to Cordele Motor Speedway.
Speed Sport 1 is the home for the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Watch top international teams push the limits of some of the fastest boats in the world, reaching speeds of up to 180 miles per hour. 14 classes, racing hull to hull, from Pro Class 1 to Super Cat. It's the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Catch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Get racing news, analysis, highlights, and more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at speedsport.com. Get it all. NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One, World of Outlaws, Trans Am, IHRA, and more. Speed Sport has been America's trusted source of racing news since 1934. Speedsport.com is America's motorsports authority. Check it out today. The wait is finally over. The IHRA Stock Car Series is here, and it's on Speed Sport 1. This is what stock car racing is all about.
The International Hot Rod Association is going stock car racing.
There's big money on the line, and racers willing to push the limits for a piece of the pie.
Leaning on each other as we cross the start-finish line, head down into turn number 1.
Watch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Race fans have a home on Speed Sport 1. Feel the roar of IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Experience the power of American muscle with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Speed Sport 1 has a wide variety of motorsports competition that will satisfy your inner racer, from IMCA dirt track action to Ferrari Challenge North America. Speed Sport 1 is 24/7. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Speed Sport 1 is the place for the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series, the premier dirt super late model tour of the Southeast.
And just about 4 wide for the lead.
Watch the series on Speed Sport 1 as it travels to some of the South's best tracks. Founded by racers, the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series is a professional touring series, and you can see the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Find the best in IMCA racing on Speed Sport 1. Get down and dirty with the modifieds, Race Saver sprint cars, stock cars, sport mods, hobby stocks, and more. Throughout the season, we'll take you to some of the best dirt tracks across the country. Not only that, but you've got access to the biggest IMCA events of the year, from the Winter Nationals to the Super Nationals. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
Welcome back to Cordele Motor Speedway in the watermelon capital of the world, Cordele, Georgia. And we welcome you back into our broadcast booth here. High atop the racetrack, Ralph Sheen alongside Rob Klepper as we get set to get back to racing here shortly. They'll be firing the engines back up, and we'll go back to green. So far, Rob, we're not even 30 laps in, and it's been all Nick Loden.
Yeah, he got out early in a very fast race car. The car's turning really well. And, you know, with the track cooling off, conditions changing a little bit, and him coming off the Pro Late models, I think that helped him get ready for this race as well. But, I mean, right now he's just absolutely dominating. I think he's getting out to a lead and then just kind of holding it. You know, he doesn't want to catch the tail end of this field, let these guys catch up. So it's interesting to see how he maneuvers the racetrack, but really just put on a pretty good performance to this point.
This is round number 2. Round number 3 is going to be a good month from now. After Rob and I both go to the Indy 500 this year, we're going to be in Newport, Tennessee, That's going to be exciting at the Newport Speedway. Then we're going to Anderson, South Carolina, the Anderson Motor Speedway. Back to Pulaski in July. We'll go visit Stacy Compton, our buddy up there again. Tirana Memphis Motorsports Park. That'll be a good one over in Millington, Tennessee in Memphis. Back to Newport in September. And we wrap the year up at Rockingham, North Carolina. It's going to be a fun schedule.
Yeah, it is going to be a fun schedule. You know, what these guys did at IHRA to not only start this series, develop this series in the amount of time that they did it to get such cool racetracks on the schedule, I think it's special, and I think that's what's going to make this series very attractive to drivers, knowing that they can go to some of these cool racetracks. And a lot of these racetracks have weekly pro late model drivers that are like, hey, when IHRA comes to town, we're going to show these guys how to get around this track. Yeah, you know. So I think it's great for the fans, for us to be able to come and broadcast it here on Speed Sport 1, but you know, for the teams and the drivers as well.
And if you're wondering about testing, the ruling is that you can test up to 2 weeks before the IHRA comes to town, and then no more testing at that particular racetrack.
They will have a, like we did yesterday, an IHRA sanctioned practice where you get out on the track 2 or 3 times. But as far as renting the track, like you said, and coming out and testing prior to the event, yeah, 2 weeks, there's a cutoff.
I got a fair amount of fluid, it looks like, over on turn 2 that they're taking care of over there. Some oil down on the surface. And the crew working diligently over there.
Well, it took us a little bit to get going on the pro late models. That turned into be one heck of a race. So maybe we're going to have the same kind of luck here.
Looking forward to it. Also looking forward to the green. Hopefully when we come back after this break.
The wait is finally over. The IHRA Stock Car Series is here, and it's on Speed Sport 1. This is what stock car racing is all about.
The International Hot Rod Association is going stock car racing.
There's big money on the line, and racers willing to push the limits for a piece of the pie.
leaning on each other as we cross the start-finish line, head down into turn number 1.
Watch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Get racing news, analysis, highlights, and more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at speedsport.com. Get it all. NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One, World of Outlaws, Trans Am, IHRA, and more. Speed Sport has been America's trusted source of racing news since 1934. Speedsport.com is America's motorsports authority. Check it out today. Speed Sport 1 is the home for the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Watch top international teams push the limits of some of the fastest boats in the world, reaching speeds of up to 180 miles per hour. 14 classes, racing hull to hull, from Pro Class 1 to Super Cat. It's the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Catch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
Welcome back to Cordele, Georgia. Hey, Rob, if you can't fall asleep tonight, not a problem, buddy. Speed Sport 1 has you covered. We got great racing action for you all night long, starting at 4 a.m. Eastern Time tonight, the 83rd edition of the Goodwood Members Meeting. I would ask you if you've ever been to Goodwood in England, but if you haven't been to Indy and it's in your backyard, I know you haven't been to England for Goodwood. Anyway, it's a great event, 4 a.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern. We have every bit of it all the way through the night into the afternoon, and it's a perfect lead-in to our encore coverage of today's racing from here in Cordele with the IHRA. That will begin at 6 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow night. You'll see everything from here in Cordele all over again if you missed any of it, or you just want to see it again. Our track crew has worked all the way around to turn 4 now to clean up that trail of oil.
Yeah, they've been unfortunately a little busy tonight with the incidents that we had in Pro Late Model, and been hustling here and been doing a good job. And you hate to see it happen, but get out there and get it cleaned up as soon as they can. All the cars you can see sitting here on the front straightaway and down into turn number 1. There's a look from the outside of turn number 2.
You know, talking about the safety crews, that's just one of the many incredible things that the IHRA has done this season coming into 2026. In 2025, it was just the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Drag Racing Series that was operating under the IHRA banner, and then all of a sudden, stock cars came on board, and we're going to do truck and tractor pulls and the drag boat series and the offshore power boats and pro watercraft all got announced as new venues, new series are coming online in 2026. And they're all different, and they all require a different style of safety crew overseeing what goes on. What you do at the IHRA's Outlaw Nitro Series, way different than what you do with the offshore power boat series with our progressive safety crew over there to what we do over here. And every one of these groups has really stepped up and do an outstanding job of protecting our racers. And don't forget, every Thursday right here on Speed Sport 1, it's IHRA Thursdays every week. Next week, it's the Outlaw Nitro highlights from Benson, North Carolina, and the first of our F1 Powerboats coverage this year coming your way from Bradenton, Florida. That was a great event. You're going to enjoy that. And you get to see my buddy Ken Stout and Tommy Johnson Jr. doing the racing action with the Outlaw Nitro Series throughout the course of the season as well. And Pro Pulling as well is coming that way on Thursday from Louisville, Kentucky. Ken's doing that one too. Ken's got Pro Pulling League, drag boats, and Outlaw Nitro. I get the offshore power boats, Pro Watercraft, IHRA Stock Car Series, and F1 power boats. So we both got pretty lucky.
Yes, I would say so. Ken Stout's been doing pro pulling for a long time.
Sure has.
Knows that deal very well.
Leslie Mears, I guess, working with him on the Pro Pulling League.
Yep, I know Leslie. She's been down in the trenches with that series for a long time as well. Does a good job, knows her stuff for sure.
TJ on the Outlaw Nitro Series, Tommy Johnson Jr. And I don't know who's with him on drag boats.
Well, the red lights turn to yellow. As you could see a shot here outside turn 3. I think I said turn 2 earlier. That's turn 3.
Mm-hmm.
Looking back at us up here in the booth. So running order on the ticker up on top. 29 laps have been scored, 96 to go. Cars get back underway. We'll see another side-by-side restart. Hour 15 on the clock and ticking.
Pull time was in the 16-second range. So we get rolling on some green flag laps here. We can click them off pretty good because they're all running in the 17-second range.
Yeah, not
race
much,
laps.
Not much off the qualifying time.
No.
Best time for Loden 17:223 and Foes at a 17:372. So they're right there.
What was Pole? 16.9, something like that.
Great question, Ralph. But yeah, that sounds good.
Go with that.
Yeah, I know it's early in this one, but watching, Loden kind of check out a little bit. Then you got Foes, Kate Brown, Dylan Newsom, Dylan Ward, running out your top 5. Locklear Jr. there sitting in 6th. Coy Beard, who had a great run of Pulaski in that number 75 car. I haven't talked a lot about him, but comes into this race just 7 points behind Kyle Dudley, who won the race at Pulaski and is not here. So a shake-up in the points here in late model Sportsman as well. Yeah, we know it's early in the season. That's what's going to happen the first couple rounds. But these guys that are running for a championship, every point counts, whether it's qualifying bonus points, finishing up high in these races. They want a shot at that big purse money at the end of the year.
Nick Loden is a big Chevy guy and a lover of Corvettes. In fact, Nick has a C5 edition Corvette Z06. His grandfather has a C7 Stingray. And I asked Andy Loden, Nick's dad, Grandpa's son, obviously, I said, what model Corvette do you have? He goes, oh, I don't. I just get all the bills from the racing.
That's his Corvette's right there.
Right there.
There it is. I see it. It's yellow and blue.
That's it right there.
And I think he'll be just as happy if Nick holds on, puts it in victory lane. But anything can happen. It looked like in that pro late model race that Roderick kind of had him covered early, and
yeah,
Nick stalked him, and
the thing was, Nick fell off at the very, very end. Last 5-6 laps or so, all of a sudden, Casey stepped away a couple of car lengths from him. Be interesting to see if Nick can find the right pace here tonight with the late model Sportsman to get out front like he has and stay there and not fall back into the clutches of Foes or Brown.
yeah, I think here, if you have a car that turns well, meaning Casey Roderick could get into turn number 1 in the Pro Late model, and if he had any room at all to kind of diamond the corner and shoot underneath and not hit that inside wall, he was able to do it. If he had to go around the outside in turn 3 because he had a big run, he could do it. So it's an interesting track, and having never raced on it, it kind of watching these guys move around, it's almost like they're on a road course. They kind of diamond into turn number 1 and they let it go way wide coming off of turn number 2 and then shoot back to the bottom in 3 and 4. Stay out of the dirt on the top side on the back straightaway. And
yeah, and don't count out Cade Brown there in that 17B. Cade was strong at Pulaski. He was a player there and is looking pretty good here too. 1 to go, the lights going off on the pace vehicle. Dylan Ward has moved up to 4th. The outside of row 2 in the Wendy's number 7.
so we'll see what Michael Foes has for Nick Loden.
Loden getting a little bit more RPM going here. Watching Kevin. Green, we're underway. Loden with a good jump. Leader coming off of turn number 2, and Cade Brown pushing up from the inside, going to make a run for second. He's going to get it. The 17B up into second place now. It's going to shuffle Foes back at least 1 spot. Ward holds on to 4th. Locklear 5th, Beard 6th, Wood 7th, and Meredith in 8th.
Yeah, Tyler Worley way back on that start.
Oh,
we
yellow
got one
is out.
stopped
Got
over
one
there.
around in turn 1.
And it is Tyler Worley. He had got very high coming off of turn number 2 on that restart. Lost a lot of positions and just couldn't get back into the racing line. Was kind of high down the front straightaway. He was high entering turn number 1. And we'll take a look at what happened to the 16 car here.
I think this should be a fairly quick yellow too, by the way.
So there he is, middle of your screen, that black and white 16.
Yeah. He gets loose going into
right
1.
That got loose pretty quick. I mean,
Sure did. As soon as he turned in, that thing was coming around on him.
And he goes straight to he skipped the pit lane. He's going to the garage. So
good job by Jeff Sparks to miss him, and looks like the 99 of Brandon Dean as well. In Lancaster, South Carolina, the 99.
When I say he's going to the garage, another black car went to the garage. Is Worley here on the
getting some new
pit
tires
lane.
on it. I wonder, as quick as that car came around there in turn 1, I wonder if some of that oil that they were cleaning up started in 1 and they didn't see it over there, and he just happened to catch it just enough to get that car loose.
It's possible. I mean,
because it sure came around.
It came around so
turning.
quick that it could have been that. I mean, it looked like, well, maybe something broke on it because it just kind of snapped on him. But obviously he's in, and crew checked it out, and he's going back out. I mean, it's a tough break.
Yeah, he did a good job of woeing it down, and everybody else behind him did a great job of not running into him. Zeke bringing the 1 back down pit road.
Peyton Hamlin, I believe, will restart around the 11th position. He started back in 17th. So a good little run here in the first 30 laps of this 125 lapper.
Of which we have, what, 95 laps still to go?
Yep.
Or a minute and 8, or an hour and 8 minutes.
Zeke Shell rather, in and out of the pit lane.
Guys, as you just saw moments ago here in the pits, the 16 car had a back rear tire that went down a bit, so they came in, took care of it, and got him back out there. But again, that's Tyler Worley in the number 16 car, pitted and back out on the track. Back to you.
Well, that's certainly going to impact how it handles when you turn.
Yeah, I mean, maybe when he was off the pace on the backstretch and bringing it around, he felt it going down, and it finally got him down there in turn 1. I mean, he obviously knew he couldn't turn hard left with all the cars around him to get into the pits, but kind of lucked out right there and able to get it switched and back out on track. And the good thing for him, 95 laps to go.
Yeah.
He's got some time. You kind of want to see a guy like that have a good run or some good luck. They had engine issues early over at Pulaski, I think around lap 45 or so. So we'll see him have a good run here on round number 2.
Here we go, getting ready to go green. There it is, racing once again here in Cordele. And once again, Nick Loden going to lead him down into 1. Cade Brown pushing hard on the outside. Brown's going to tuck in behind Loden as they go down into 3.
Yeah, and already Nick Loden pulling away, but Cade Brown is right there, as well as Dylan Ward in that Wendy-sponsored 7W. Michael Foes in the 54 up into the mix still, but Ward gets around him. You can see Zeke Shell back into the pits.
Loden trying to break away, but Brown running consistently right with him. Not going to let him get too far out front.
Yeah, and Coy Beard also moves into the 4th spot. He gets by the 54 Foes as well. So a little bit of change up front, trying to use these restarts to gain some spots.
Brown keeping that gap to within a car length between him and Loden. Coy Beard in 4th, Foes back to 5th, Woods runs in 6th, Locklear 7th, and Tate Fogelman. First time we've had a chance to talk about him. Up to 8th now in the 8 car.
Yeah, Fogelman started back in 19th. So some movers and shakers early.
Here you go. Here is Fogelman in the 8 car, chasing Ricky Locklear. That's 7th and 8th right there. And just in front of them, the 92, Lane Woods, holding down 6th.
Yeah, Fogelman really doing a good job. Not a great qualifying effort, but making the best of it, driving his way to the front. Still very early in this feature event. I mean, that's pass a bunch of cars and catch a yellow. Pass a bunch of cars, catch a yellow. So
done a great job.
See how it goes on a longer run if we can get one. But
back up front. That yellow and blue car has led all night long so far. Nick Loden.
Yeah, Cade Brown not letting him run away. That's for sure. Cade Brown's last lap about a 10th quicker than Nick Loden's last lap. You can see him right there, how much deeper he drives it into turn 3.
To the inside here, you got the 98 car. This is a fight over 11th. That's Peyton Hamlet. Peyton out of Mount Juliet, Tennessee in that 98. The 2 is Ryan Wilson, the red car on the bottom. Ryan out of Rambleman, North Carolina. 27 is Lee Tissot.
Yeah, Neil Meredith kind of leading that group in that black 36. And orange number 36. So they are nose to tail, and now
Tissot looking inside here,
move.
the 27. Making a bid for a new position.
Yeah.
And Tissot out of Arden, South Carolina is going to take it away.
Derek Lancaster also trying to get up in the mix, and you can see that 2 car taking a little look to the inside. Do we see 3 wide as they come off turn 2?
Not just yet, but we do see a glowing brake rotor on the 98 car of Hamlet.
Yeah,
Blue and yellow machine.
Hamlet started back in 17th, so he's another mover and shaker here, trying to get back into the top 10.
Hamlin, that Town and Country Ford in Nashville, the Curb Records, supporting his efforts.
Ryan Wilson in that 2 car started deep as well back in 24th, and he'll look to the inside of Hamlet. So Ryan Wilson, another big mover and shaker here.
Hamlet driving a car known as String Bean. String Bean with that glowing rotor right now.
As they battle for that 12th spot, we'll have to keep an eye on Ryan Wilson as he continues his way to the front. Meanwhile, up front, it's still all Nick Loden holding off Cade Brown as they cross the stripe.
He's holding off our drone, too. Can't keep up down the front straightaway.
Almost identical lap times last time by. 17.691 for Loden, 17.694 for Cade Brown.
And again, our pole was in the 16-second range, so these guys are running some pretty hardcore laps. They're not easing up the pace at all with 80 to go. 5th and 6th positions here. The 92 is Lane Woods in 6th. Now 5th as Michael Foes falls back 1. And then that's Fogelman behind them in the white and blue 8.
Yeah, it was a nice little move right there for Lane Woods in that 92 car to get by the 54. Fogelman there in that white 8, looking to the inside as they go side by side here on the front straightaway back into turn number 1. And Fogelman got a car that can turn. He's able to get that thing in and shoot right off the bottom like that.
He's from Durham, North Carolina. Started racing super late models at the age of 13. Former past South super late model champion.
So Fogelman gets by Michael Foes, the driver that started outside row number 1, falling back now to the 7th position. And as the leaders cross the stripe, Cade Brown, another 0.2 quicker on that last lap, just not translating into reeling him in.
Yeah, not picking up a lot of real estate off of it.
And be able to, you know, make a run, try and get by him. I mean.
No, but Loden's not able to shake him either with 75 laps remaining now.
And they're closing in on some slower traffic in front of them, catching the tail end of this field. So that will throw a little monkey wrench into Nick Loden's strategy here, as he'll have to negotiate some of these slower cars.
Something they haven't had to do yet tonight. They haven't really had to deal with any traffic, have they? Because of all the cautions. We've had 4 cautions so far.
Whoa, right there, a little checkup. Did not want to hit that wall.
That was as close as you could get without putting a stripe on your door.
So here they go into some of the slower cars, a couple of them right in front of them, one of which is Jeremy Mayfield.
The 19, he gets around Mayfield. At least Loden did. Jeremy's going to move high, knowing full well that second is coming through also.
Yeah, they're kind of spaced out a little bit for Nick Loden. As you can see, he gets by a couple cars and about 10, 12 car lengths before he catches the next one.
That's the 50 car. That's the one belonging to Trey Burke that's had its issues tonight.
And I would think that would play to Loden's advantage, you know, able to kind of find his spot when he wants to get around that guy, and then let Cade Brown worry about trying to catch him at the same time. I mean, the good thing for Loden is there's not side-by-side racing for position right in front of him.
Battle for 4th right here. The 75 car belongs to Coy Beard, and Lane Woods is in the 92, trying to get around him. Woods looking inside here in the 92.
Yeah, Beard kind of sliding high there coming off of turn number 2 as the leader comes back around to cross the stripe.
Back
68 laps to go now.
Yeah. Starting to get that rhythm of a long run coming. As Loden continues to pick his way through the traffic. Dealing with the 7 car next, Jeff Sparks out of Ackworth, Georgia.
You know, Nick Loden finished up 15th at Pulaski, so sitting outside the top 10 in points for late model Sportsman, trying to turn things around. I mean, if he can hold on to win, really shake up the points as we take a look again at Coy Beard and Lane Woods going at it. Beard in that 75 on the high line, Woods down low in the 92.
Yeah, Beard, a two-time Caraway Speedway track champion, hails from Lexington, North Carolina, which is where the Davis Performance Racing team comes from.
And he's the one to watch to try and take over that points lead, because he was just 7 behind Dudley coming into tonight, who is not here.
And Woods out of Vinton, Virginia, the 92 with a good line on the bottom here.
Coy Beard really trying to get a solid effort here tonight, right now running in 4th, and maybe leave Cordele, Georgia with the points lead in late model Sportsman, still holding off Lane Woods.
Again, that's a fight for 4th. Beard in front, and then it closes back up again as they get into the corner. And look at Woods right into the doors. They come through 3 and 4. Doored him pretty good that time, but that right front.
Yeah, Beard kind of left the door open.
It's going to make a difference here as Beard slides coming off the 2. Woods going to have a bit of an edge as they go down into turn number 3. Let's see if he can power off a 4 and take the spot away. Coming to the line, still going to be Ward, Beard, and Woods. They are side by side as they work their way over to turn number 3.
Yeah, and Coy Beard not letting him run away. He is using that outside line to perfection with the door banged in as well.
And they got a bunch of traffic in front of them, too, that they're going to have to be dealing with. Again, This is a fight for 4th. 2 cars side by side. Coy Beard in the 75, Lane Woods in the 92.
And you can see that right front rotor just glowing a little bit as he continues to run the outside line in that 75 car, really pushing that thing and having to use the brakes a lot to slow it down and get a turn.
Now what do you do? Woods kind of stuck on the bottom here. Can Beard pinch him down there? They got to get around Mayfield. Right now, Woods with a bit of an advantage as they get around Jeremy. Jeremy holding that line on the outside. That's going to give the edge to the 92 to take over 4th. And that's going to switch for the first time as they cross the line.
Yeah, and that just worked out very well for Lane Woods, is where the line that Mayfield was running allowed him to get inside of him.
57 laps to go.
Still Nick Loden out in front.
And these guys are really starting to develop that long run groove, flicking off laps here.
Yeah, and Loden pulling away just a little bit. Difference of 1.7 seconds last time by. So, like I said, with the slower traffic in front of him as he puts a lap on the 36 car of Neil Meredith here, if they're spaced out nice and he can kind of time when he catches them and time, watch them for a lap and see where they're racing, what lines they have, he can make. I mean, they all have spotters as well. As we go back to that battle with Beard in that 75 now, Lane Woods kind of pulling away there in the 92.
Again, that's a fight over 4th. Lane Woods in the 92 has the position. Coy Beard was right there door to door with him in the 75. He slipped it back a little bit. Here's your race leader, Nick Loden, who's been out front all night long, working through some slower traffic here. Yellow is out once again, ending that longest run of the night. This will be caution number 5.
Well, as we come off turn number 4, it looked like Peyton Hamlin had his hand out the window. I caught a glimpse of it. He might have had his hand out to the leader who was coming up behind him to say, hey man, caution's coming out, or caution's out, or something on the track, or maybe he heard something from his spotter.
Not sure what that caution was for. No word yet.
The drone is looking.
The 98 went on and off the racetrack. Peyton
So
Hamlin.
it was Peyton Hamlet.
Guess he got far enough off the track they thought he might have brought some stuff up onto the track and they wanted to check.
50 car into the pit area. Trey Burke back there once again. The one of Shell still there as well.
So we've got, what, 55 laps to go? Is that right? And 53 minutes. That was the longest green flag run of the night. They really put some laps in, didn't they? Chewed through it pretty good.
Yeah, so that lead that Nick Loden had and those lapped cars that he had put between him and Cade Brown, all gone now. So we'll see what Cade Brown has after losing a couple seconds, if he'll have a shot to get by him on this restart.
Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back to Cordele, Georgia. So we work to the finish here right after this. Beautiful spring evening here, Cordele, Georgia. Cordele Speedway. Used to be known as Watermelon Speedway, right?
That's right.
And Crisp Speedway, I think.
Crisp Motorsports Park, I believe.
Motorsports Park.
Yep, Watermelon Capital Speedway.
I always knew it as Watermelon Capital. Great racetrack here in Cordele, Georgia. Hope you can get out here sometime and see it. Hopefully you get to see the IHRA Stock Car Series in action here. And a good night of racing.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of side-by-side racing, battles for positions. If you missed the Pro Late Model race, you missed a good one.
But if you did miss it, you can see it tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern right here on Speed Sport 1 as we re-air the entire night from here, our encore presentation. And we have instituted the Lucky Dog for the first time this year in 2026 right here at Cordele. And Neil Meredith in the 36 is going to be the lucky recipient of the Lucky Dog now.
I'm sure he appreciates that. So the first car lap down gets the Lucky Dog, if you didn't know. So he'll get put back. If you're one lap down on the lead lap, if you're 2 laps down, now you're just 1 lap down.
Right.
But whatever the first car is a lap down that's currently running. So Nick Loden, Cade Brown, Dylan Ward, Lane Woods now your top 4. Lane Woods will be starting in 4th on that outside. Nick Loden's really just done a tremendous job on these restarts. That car is turning so well, rotating nice through the middle of the corner that, you know, not allowing these guys a hole, kind of like he did in the Pro Late Model that allowed Casey to just get underneath him and make that move. So if that car continues to turn as well as it is, man, I think it's just going to be really hard to get by him.
Yeah. He's a tough competitor.
He's kind of just saying, listen, if you want me, you have to go around me.
You got to beat me on the outside.
Yeah.
The inside lane here in race conditions and in qualifying was definitely the quicker way around. Boy, you really got to hug that bottom too. See them picking up the RPMs, the speed starting to rise as they get ready to come back to the green. There it is, and we're back at it here on Speed Sport 1. Well, Brown says, I might have something for you on the outside. As they went through 1 and 2, then he decides better of it and tucks behind for now.
No, right there, it looked like Loden did get the car rotated like he wanted to, or he has in this entire race, and opened that bottom up just a little bit there. Brown had a little look at trying to get to the inside, but unable to make it work.
Yep, and Dylan Ward is hanging along in the Wendy's number 7 back there in third.
Yeah, Woods.
Lane Woods with him in the 92 and fourth. Big Coy Beard in the 8. The white car with the 8 on the side. .52 laps remaining here.
Now you can start to see after a couple laps of getting going on these restarts that 43 car continues to turn really well. 17B kind of slowly loses a little bit. Kind of has to let it run up the racetrack a little bit more than that 43, and he just kind of slowly pulls away.
How about this battle for 7th here? That's Ricky Locklear Jr. in the 25 inside of Michael Foes, who started on that front road, has just been slipping slowly backwards. Foes back to 8th. Locklear gets 7th. Loden finds his rhythm pretty quick, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does on these restarts. You know, I mean, it stands to reason these guys are going to have a shot on the restart because we're all bunched up, right? But once he kind of clears who's running second, in this case, Cade Brown. Oh, we got trouble in turn 1.
Sure do. Hard into the wall. 2 cars. One is the 84 machine.
That's Brandon Hanks.
Brandon Hanks, yeah, our sprint car racer.
Tyler
and the other
Worley.
is the 16, Tyler Worley, yeah. Weaverville, North Carolina driver.
Yeah, left front folded in for the 16.
Hank spent a lot of time in the ASCS, running 410 sprint cars and 360 sprint cars. And this is only his 2nd time racing with our late model Sportsman series. 2nd time he's been in a late model Sportsman too. Let's see what happened here. Just coming to the line, and it looks like Hanks just crowded him going up. Maybe thought he was clear.
Yep, just moved up the racetrack a little bit too much. Worley was there, and little contact, and again folding in the left front on the 16 car, and some damage to the 84 of Hanks. Take another look at it here from the top cam. See the sparks flying. Kind of caught it out of the corner of my eyes. The sparks were flying about right there going into turn 1.
It's going to be a pretty big impact here. I thought they hit the wall a little harder than they did. They just kind of grinded it down the front straightaway, didn't they?
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously Worley's climbing out, the front end folded up, and that's going to do it for him. Hanks, it's possible, you know, he kind of, like you said, got into that outside wall there in the top of turn 1 and then just kind of rode it around. So
yeah,
I'm wondering how much damage he has on the 84 car and whether or not he can continue.
Well, I'm thinking with Hanks having done all that sprint car racing, maybe he's still getting acclimated to where all the 4 corners are on that car, which is much longer than a 410 sprint car would be.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, big cars, it's different for sure.
There's Brandon sitting inside. He's hoping to get back out. We're hoping to come right back for more after this.
And welcome back to Cordele Motor Speedway. Once again, just checking in on that last rubbing up there in the track, and that was the number 84 that was involved. It was primarily cosmetic damage after talking to his crew chief, so he is back out on the track. We'll check in on the other car involved here shortly and give you an update. Back to you guys.
Yeah, sir, I can tell you right now that it's going to be a little bit more than cosmetic on the other car.
Yeah, for sure. Like I said, we could easily see that left front was folded all the way in, so definitely some front end damage, if not more, on the 16. So tough break for Tyler for sure. But yeah, like we said when it happened, didn't look like a ton of damage on the 84, so if it's just cosmetic, he should be okay.
All right, Loden leading them back to the line. Let's see if Cade has anything for him this time on the outside of row 1. A little better going on the outside there, hanging with him. Just can't stay there. By the time they come to the exit at 2, Brown has to slot back in behind him.
Yeah, I think wisely he gets right back in line. If he doesn't get a good enough restart to make a move in 1 or 2 laps, just get back in and ride it out and just try and wait for Loden to make a mistake or maybe the handling go away on his race car. But Cade Brown needs to stay right there the entire race to have a shot at the 43.
I'll tell you what, there is not a lot of room to get your elbows out if you're back there 3rd, 4th, 5th, or 6th, anywhere in that grouping. They are stacked up back there.
Yeah, Lane Woods there sitting in 3rd, kind of leading the way, then side by side. Fogelman, Ward, Beard back there. Foe still trying to get back up into the top 5.
They are racing hard for that final podium position. Oh, we got one off. That's the 8 car. That was Fogelman off into the dirt. Bringing out caution number 7. Tying us with caution number from our Pro Late model race.
Yeah, he's raced here before in a super late model during Speed Fest. Of course, we talked about him chasing Craftsman Truck Series points, winning at Talladega back in 2021. Former Pass South super late model champ. Here's a look at what happened, Ralph.
Yeah, I don't know if they made contact in there or not. He was racing with Dylan Ward. But he got a little loose and just went off the track there and was able to get it stopped. No damage to the car. He should be able to get back on and get going again. There he is.
Yeah, sometimes the no walls is an advantage. You just kind of slide off the racetrack and able to get back on.
And for the first time tonight in our 125 lap race here for our late model Sportsman, the clock is now ahead of the lap count. 38 minutes left with 46 laps. Is that right?
That is right.
But again, laps have been clicking off in the 17-second range. So if we get another long green flag lap or series of laps, we should be able to click through those. We got it done in the Pro Late models before the clock ran out.
Yeah, it was a battle there. There's the 16 of Worley as the crew surveys the damage on the front end. Tyler didn't have the best of luck in round 1 at Pulaski. Finished up 37th in that race after having engine issues.
Unfortunately for them, is can we get enough repairs done to get it easily onto the trailer? I think.
Yeah, it's a tough break. And a couple drivers, including Jeremy Mayfield, in and out of the pits.
And Lance Gatlin as well out of Morristown, Tennessee in the 52. All right, this yellow not going to last too long.
Well, Cade Brown has had his chances. I mean, can't come back and say I only had one shot at him. No.
Yeah, no, he's
had a handful. I mean, it's
given him plenty of opportunities.
It's difficult to start on that outside and try and carry that speed all the way through turns 1 and 2.
Let's see what he does this time. Heavy to the throttle once again. Here we go. Loading again on the bottom. He's got that 92 of Woods right on his tail this time. Brown gets pushed wide coming off the 2, but Wood's going to try to make a bid for second here on the inside in that 92.
Threading the needle there through turns 3 and 4. Woods by nose at the line, takes over second.
Yeah, he's going to have a big advantage. Brown's going to get hung up on the outside of the 17. Brown's got to get down and does to take hold of third. And Wood's going to attack for the lead. Contact there on the entrance of 3. Pushes, loading up wide. But Nick is going to beat him back to turn number 1, but can't close the door. So that's going to keep things open for Woods as they swing wide coming off a 2.
Yeah, Lane Woods kind of shot out of a cannon on that restart, able to turn down underneath the 17.
Now Woods has now locked it down in second, loading in the lead. Brown holding on in third. He'll run single file now for a bit.
Yeah, Coy Beard and Dylan Ward battling out for fourth. Kyle Barnes up into the mix. Haven't said much about the 00. Is now Cade Brown trying to the inside of the 92 in turns 1 and 2.
And the yellow back out again. Caution number 8. And it's over here in turn 1 as we've got 2 cars around. The 27 is one of them. That's Lee Tiso from Arden, South Carolina.
I think Lance Gatlin was the other one.
I think you're right. Yep.
Oh, 27.
The 54 involved in that as well.
Yeah, didn't see Foes.
Oh, he drove off.
Yeah, just come together on the front straightaway there, and that's a tough break for Michael Foes as well, as you see Tiso there in the 27 car. And Foes, who qualified well, started outside row number 1 and was flirting around with the top 5 for most of the race. Was 8th last time by. And there he is, taking a look at the front end of his car.
And our safety crew taking a look at the racetrack over here on the outside, headed into 1, making sure everything's okay. Foes had a rough night after a great qualifying run. He'll go get ready to go racing in Tennessee at the end of May. That'll be round 3. We'll be back for the conclusion of round 2 after this.
Wait, it's finally over. The IHRA Stock Car Series is here, and it's on Speed Sport 1. This is what stock car racing is all about.
The International Hot Rod Association is going stock car racing.
There's big money on the line, and racers willing to push the limits for a piece of the pie.
Leaning on each other as we cross the start-finish line, head down into turn number 1.
Watch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Race fans have a home on Speed Sport 1. Feel the roar of IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Experience the power of American muscle with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Speed Sport 1 has a wide variety of motorsports competition that will satisfy your inner racer, from IMCA dirt track action to Ferrari Challenge North America. Speed Sport 1 is 24/7. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Speed Sport 1 is the home for the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Watch top international teams push the limits of some of the fastest boats in the world, reaching speeds of up to 180 miles per hour. 14 classes, racing hull to hull, from Pro Class 1 to Super Cat. It's the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Catch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
Kevin Moss said, pull those belts tight one more time. We're getting ready to go back to green. This time by. Loden jumps on the throttle, gets a good restart this time as we come back after our 8th caution of the night with our late model Sportsman here in round 2 of the 2026 IHRA Stock Car season.
Great side-by-side battle for second. Heck, called a 3-car battle for the lead as Cade Brown now back to the inside of Lane Woods, as Woods going to take a little peek around the outside through turns 1 and 2.
Woods in the black and red 92, Brown in the black and yellow 17, almost gets into the back of Loden's yellow and blue 43. And Loden has led everything here tonight.
Yeah, he drove it in deep into turn number 3 right there. Had to get on the binders not to bump the 43 car, but Cade Brown is there. Is the handling going away a little bit on the 43? He's unable to really keep it on that low line. These guys are all over the back of him. Yeah, there goes Brown.
Coming up to 39 laps remaining, or 31 minutes. Whichever comes first. Brown's going to separate away from Woods and lock down second for now. And he gets right into the inside of Loden, loosens him up, tries to run away, but that opens the bottom up for Woods, and we're going to go 3 wide across the line. Loden on the bottom going into 1 down the 43. Can he get the lead back? And here comes the 75 of Coy Beard.
Yeah, Coy Beard trying to get up there and mix it up with these guys as well. Nick Loden, man, doing a great job as Woods gets loose.
Into turn number 1, 3 or 4, I should say. That was a great save by Woods.
Yeah, and he is right now kind of hung out to dry. He's really going to have to put a lot of pressure on that right front to keep that line as they work through turns 3 and 4. Loden with the preferred line down low, but Woods is hanging right with them with Cade Brown back in that 3rd spot. Coy Beard, Dylan Ward still rounding out your top 5 is now Loden with the advantage coming off turn number 2, trying to get the lead back.
Woods out of Virginia giving it everything he's got on the outside here, trying to make it work. And Loden just fighting him off. Loden in that 43 has done a spectacular job finishing second in our pro late model race, trying to win the late model Sportsman race. Oh, he's going to get loosened up again as Woods gets into him, gets to the inside on him one more time. But Loden again fights him off. Great drive by the man behind the wheel of the 43, and Woods slides into him again as they go through 1 and 2 and down the backstretch.
Yeah, Loden is not going to give up. He's going to stay on the outside as long as he can and drive that thing as hard as he has to try and get back by the 92 if he doesn't run out of real estate.
Man, there is not a lot of room between those two as they cross the start-finish line. And Brown trying to find his way. Still contact coming off of 2. Down the backstretch, Loden back to the lead. And then Woods dives inside as we go into 3. He's got the lead back. Here comes Brown on the bottom.
4th, 5th, and 6th trying to reel these guys in as well. Beard, Ward, and Locklear. As again, Loden to the inside. Down the back straightaway. The 92 on the outside. That's the battle for the lead. Cade Brown sitting behind these two going, okay, where you guys going? Where you guys going? Lane Woods going to slide up just a little bit there coming off turn number 4.
They're bumping and banging for 4th as well behind these 3. Oh, and again Woods into him, and Loden saves it. Oh, man, what a great job of driving, wheeling that 43 and staying on the gas. He's going to go all the way back to 3rd, though, as Brown's going to get past.
Yeah, Cade Brown, right place, right time, right there as he went up the racetrack, allowed him to get by to take over 2nd. But Nick Loden, trust me, folks, is not done.
Oh, no.
He's going to try and get back inside of the 17B and reel in the leader, Lane Woods.
Getting those elbows sharpened up and ready to get back at it. Here he comes as the fire belches out of the 17 of Brown. 30 laps remaining, and they bang and beat as they cross the line, and Loden back to 2nd place. Brown slides it around, cuts inside as they come off of 2. The fight for 2nd is a good one. Woods trying to break away in the 92, but Loden is now up to 2nd and trying to reel him in.
I mean, Nick Loden had to deal with Casey Roderick the entire race in the pro late models. Here, it's now Lane Woods and Cade Brown that are all over the 43, with Woods eventually taking over the top spot. Under 30 laps to go. Can the kid hold him off?
Woods doing a great job out front. Got aggressive to get to the lead. Now can he keep it? In the pro late model race, it was late in the race with about 5 laps to go where Nick Loden finally couldn't hang Casey Roderick any further. He fell back and locked down second, finished second. Can he reel back in here, Lane Woods, and make an attack as the laps wind down? This is the 7W of Dylan Ward, the Wendy's car, holding down fourth, and he's got Coy Beard in the 75 chasing from fifth. Behind that comes Ricky Locklear Jr. in the 25R in sixth, Fogelman in seventh, and Newsom in eighth.
Yeah, and the left front rotor glowing on the Wendy's sponsor, number 7W. As he works into turn number 3, you can see right there that thing glowing. Coy Beard right behind him.
25 laps to go, now make it 24 as the leaders cross the line. Thunder down the backstretch into turn number 3.
Nick Loden reeling him in. Last time by, it was .445 the separation as they crossed the stripe. This time by, about the same, a little more, 571. Nick Loden a little over a tenth slower that last lap than your leader, Lane Woods.
He's got to find that rhythm again, doesn't he? When he's got his rhythm down, Loden is very quick. Of course, he got out of that rhythm fighting door to door and beating and banging with the other guys, but now running by himself here, he's got to get that rhythm and hunt down Lane Woods.
Yeah, and so much went on in the previous, say, 10 laps or so. He's running outside, he's running down low, he's getting ran into, like all these things going on. Now he just needs a log of laps and trying to reel in Lane Woods. I mean, we're coming on 20 laps to go as we go back to that number 2 car.
That's holding down ninth. That's Ryan Wilson with Kyle Barnes in the 00, the black car, in 10th.
Ryan Wilson started back in 24th.
Good battles all over this racetrack right now. As we're down to the final 20 tours around this 3/8 mile oval, bank 12 to 18 degrees in the corners. Loading in the 43, still trying to find a way to catch Lane Woods with coming up to 19 to go.
Yeah, Loden about a tenth better last time by, a tenth slower this time by. Distance between a little under 4/10 of a second. So at this point, they are both driving as hard as possible. Lane Woods does not want the 43 to catch him, and that's all the 43 wants to do.
And don't forget, Loden has already battled hard for 100 laps in the Pro Late Model race, and now he's over 100 laps deep into this one. So he's got to be getting a little tired behind the wheel too. See if he can hang in there in the seat to keep going. Tate Fogelman in that 8 car sits in 7th. 44 Dylan Newsom right behind him in 8th. And then you got that 2 machine of Ryan Wilson in 9th out of Randleman, North Carolina.
Yeah, and Wilson's right there. I mean, he's making a late race charge here after coming from row number 12 as we go back up front. Nick Loden last time by was 4/10 of a second. Let's see what it is this time by, .294. So he is closing in. He knows we'll be 15 to go next time by. He needs to make a move if he wants to try and win.
There's traffic in front of them, but it's a ways out in front of them. If they're going to catch the slowest car in the field right now, which is the 52, which is Lance Gatlin, it's going to be inside of 10 to go before they get there. So I don't know if that's going to come into play or not as this race winds down. Loden just might have to find the speed all on his own, but it looks like he's gained a little time here.
Yeah, it's been around 3 to 4 tenths.
Oh, it looked like Loden brushed the wall right at the start-finish line. He's really pushing right now. Keep an eye on that 43 as we come off the turn number 4. Let's see if he gets that wide again. Right down to that inside wall. How does he do it here? Not as far up. He was right up on that yellow line, that right at the base of that white wall.
We're down to 2 tenths. You can see the gap about a car length.
He has definitely closed it. Slower car to the inside. They navigate around that. There's Gatlin. You can see the white car tail into the field in front of them. What's it at now? Loden.
.243, 12 laps to go. It'll be 11 next time by. He has cut the gap. Lane Woods knows he's there.
He is there. Now he's filling up the mirror on Woods. And Woods is going to feel that bumper. I promise you. Got into him a little bit coming off before that time. He's right up alongside the door. Here comes Loden. He's right there pushing Woods wide coming off the 2. New leader by nose as they come to 3, and then Woods gets back around him on the outside. Tries to squeeze him down to the bottom, and Loden will have nothing to do with it. Loden's going to get credited with the lead of that lap. Great racing action here with the IHRA Late Model Sportsman Series. Round number 2 of the 2026 season. The inaugural, oh, we got one off. The 81 will bring out the caution. Chandler Gallman brings out caution number 9 with 22 minutes and 9 laps left in this one. Wow, what a night of racing, huh?
Nick Loden, who fell back and raced his way right behind Lane Woods, set him up, made a move. We'll take a look at the replay on what happened to the 81 here. Right there, you can see just getting loose. Did he run? He might have ran off in the dirt there in the back straightaway.
And Loden should be the race leader as we go back to green here. So he's going to have an opportunity to pace them to the line. If he can get another great start with 10 to go, it'll be 9 to go. We got 22 minutes. We should certainly have enough time to get these last 9 laps in, as long as we stop the cautions here.
Have we mentioned it's $10,000 to win this race?
We haven't yet, but it is a $2 million purse for our IHRA Stock Car Series this year. What, 8 rounds of racing?
Yep.
$2 million. Pretty good.
Kind of like a no-hitter. You kind of wait to the 8th inning before you kind of bring it up. You don't want to jinx it, but 10 laps to go and 10 grand on the line for the winner. So now we get to see what Lane Woods can do on the outside of a restart.
If Nick Loden rolls out of here with a second in Pro Late Models and a win in Limited Late Model Sportsman, that is a great night at the races.
Absolutely
Get
solid
10
night.
grand for winning the Late Model Sportsman, and what did second place pay for Pro Late Model? It was 8 to win, wasn't it?
Right.
So it's probably 7, something like that, 6,500.
A good amount.
That's a good day at the races.
Yeah. Yeah, and if he can hold on and win this thing, boy, did he earn it. I mean, that run that we just saw to reel in Lane Woods and then to pass him.
And he's going to be right in the thick of the championship standings in both categories going on to the 3rd round of the season in Tennessee at the end of May.
Problem here, though, yes, he's got to worry about the 92 to his right, but he's got the 17B behind him.
Cade Brown right on his
Cade
heels.
Brown has been right there this entire time, watching them do their thing.
So Kevin Moss is getting these guys to hold up here, and they've got Woods out in front as they stop here on the front straightaway, waiting for the field to catch them. Let's see how they line these guys up now.
Well, again, yellow laps do not count, so we go back to the last completed lap.
There they go. So is Woods going to have...
And if the last completed lap had Lane Woods
it had
out in
Loden
front,
at the top on timing and scoring.
Right.
So that's why I assume Loden was the race leader. Because the caution came out after they had crossed the line. So I thought. But our officials are putting Woods to the front. Okay, that's a huge advantage for Lane Woods.
Yeah, and then he'll have to deal with Cade Brown. You
Kevin
got
Moss.
Dylan Ward back there, Coy Beard, Locklear. These guys know, hey, this could be our last chance.
Doubling them up.
And you're seeing a lot of the crazy moves on these restarts.
Woods gets the inside, Loden to the outside. Brown back to the inside, Dylan Ward to the outside, then Coy Beard inside, Ricky Locklear outside, Fogelman inside, Dylan Newsom outside. That's your top 8 as we get set to get this one back underway.
I mean, any mistake by, especially someone starting on the outside, they get a little loose, they slide up. These guys are going to pounce. I mean, you're going to see everyone try to make that move stick.
This is going to be physical.
Push the guy in front of you like, go, 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 go. We can make this work.
This is going to be physical. These guys have the elbows up. We're going green next time by. They have raced hard for 115 laps. We should cross the line with 9 to go or 10 to go.
10 to go.
10 to go.
So here it is.
Here we go. Get ready. Kevin Moss waiting to get him loose, turn him loose. There they go, and you can see Loden was slipping and sliding as he was going through the gears. That's going to give an edge to Woods, who's going to lead him off of 2. Loden trying to get to the bottom before they get to 3. He's there, but can he get a little bit closer? Just not enough as they cross the line. Caution is out again.
Yeah, and you could see right there as the caution was coming out how hard Lane Woods had to drive into turn number 1 knowing that the 43 was there, and that pushed him up the racetrack. But with the caution coming on,
Neil Meredith
for the 36 doesn't allow Loden to make a move. So Lane Woods will restart again from the inside of row number 1. And we'll try it one more time. No lap has been scored. 10 to go.
Not sure where the clock is. It has stopped ticking on our
16 minutes.
16 minutes, okay. On our timing and scoring monitor, it has stopped. There it goes.
16:40.
It's been refreshed. Thank you, truck. They ran 82 or 84, can't remember exactly how many green flag laps. The first 82 green flag laps at Pulaski. First race for our late model Sportsman before we saw a caution in that 125 lapper. Here tonight, a record 10 cautions for our late model Sportsman so far.
Neil Meredith sits in the pits, the South Carolina driver. Started outside row 2 in the 4th position.
Being told 1 to go. Everybody's lined up.
Well. Dylan Ward up there outside row number 2 in that 7W.
Loden really was slipping the rear tires on that last restart. I wonder if his tires have gotten to the end of their run. Here we go. Loden with a much better start this time. He's going to take the lead getting into 1, but he wasn't able to get to the bottom. Woods hanging on, pushes him up wide, coming off of 2, down the back chute to 3. They're still door to door. Woods gonna get him on the inside. Oh, and he gets turned. Woods into the wall. Loden goes by, then they're crashing behind him. The 75 of Coy Beer gets turned around in there as well, and that's caution number 11.
Wow.
Well, we knew it was going to get aggressive.
Just such tight racing there on that restart. Coming around to complete 1 lap. We'll take a look at some different angles on this replay here on how that went down.
Woods,
so you could see Woods
coming off. Came up on him. Just thought he was clear. It would be my guess.
I mean, that's my guess, is he thought he was clear. I mean,
trying to take the line away from him.
Just enough to get him turned.
Brown got involved in that as well. Kate Brown and Fogelman in the 8. Loden was just coming up a little faster than I think Woods thought he was. And there just wasn't room, and he just clipped him. That's just hard racing there.
Yeah, that's a tough break for the 92. I mean,
man,
what a drive.
Yeah, he was really running hard here tonight.
Started back in the 11th position. So he'll take it to the garage area, and that will be it for Lane Woods in that number 92. Finished up 9th at Pulaski. Was 9 laps away from picking up a win, man. This is...
See the damage to the left front on Loden's car. I don't think there's anybody here tonight racing in this thing that's not going to have some bodywork damage to work on before we get to Tennessee in May.
Yeah, I mean, that's tight, short track racing, you know, here at Cordele. I mean, everybody going after the real estate, closing in on the win, and that's how it goes sometimes.
It's going to be a great finish. You're sure not going to want to miss this. Speed Sport 1's going to have it for you when we get back here to the Watermelon Capital. Back here at Cordele Speedway, the IHRA Stock Car Series having an awesome start to their 2026 campaign, their inaugural season. Great racing at the season opener at Pulaski, Virginia, and more great racing here in Cordele, Georgia. Somebody lost their water bottle.
You just hate to see that.
Along the wall. Here we go, green flag, we're crashing. Bringing that caution right back out as the 98 gets turned and put right into the wall. That's Peyton Hamlet. And now we are threatening here. 10 minutes left in this one and 9 laps. This is going to be tight.
Yeah, tough break for the 98 there. Peyton Hamlin had some mechanical gremlins bite him there at Pulaski. They ended up in the 24th spot. His dad, Benny, racing with us again here tonight. We'll take a look at what happened to the Tennessee driver.
Looks like he just gets turned.
Yeah, I think he was checking up. That car in front of him slowed up a little bit on the restart.
Yep. He's rolling. He is driven away. That's our 12th caution of the night.
Nine laps, 9 minutes and counting. Pro late models, Ralph, I think we were under 2 minutes when we finished that one. We took it down to the 2 minute warning.
Might have been less than that.
Was it?
Yeah. We had 7 cautions there?
27 car.
Yeah, 7 cautions in our pro late model race.
I think
We've had 12 here.
I think the 27 of Tissot was the one that had issues on the restart, and 98 kind of checked up and got ran into.
Kevin Moss would like to put that yellow flag away for the night. Fueling the 27 up right now. Get him to the finish. That should be enough. It was a very intense post-race tech inspection that all of our top 3 and 1 random choice will go through.
Yep. Tissot fires up and continues on. They had a fuel pump issue at Pulaski. He was pretty solid in the top 10 all night there, and issues late, ended up finishing 28th. Multi-time Southeastern Super Truck champ.
So Loden will be in the number 1 slot with Dylan Ward to his outside. Cade Brown in the 17B will be inside. There's a 25 now. Lancaster.
That's Locklear
that's
there.
Locklear, yeah, I'm sorry.
Ricky Locklear. Finished up 20th at Pulaski, Ralph, but they started 31st. So made some gains there that night. You know, you're probably not thrilled with a 20th, but passing 11 cars, that's pretty good.
Yeah. All right, lights are off. Showing inside of 7.5 minutes and 9 laps.
Easy peasy.
Mm-hmm. Should be. Guys got to hustle to get in their positions here.
We got someone very slow. Caution's still going. Caution's waving. That is Dylan
is
Ward. Yeah, Dylan Ward, who was restarting in second.
Maybe he's out of fuel. You think?
Be a good guess. I mean,
he's made it to pit lane. I don't know if he's going to get to his pit stall, though.
Locklear is back out on the racetrack. And now the Loden pulls into the pits.
Oh, boy.
So do we have a fuel issue?
Oh, yeah. Because we are down to 6 minutes to go. We got a handful of cars on pit lane, and we got crew guys scampering with fuel jugs.
Yep, and we are still cautioned on the racetrack.
84 is on pit lane as well. That's Brandon Hanks.
And
Ward,
now it looks like
Loden, the 98 car of Hamlet is down there.
There is a lot of cars coming into pit lane.
Just about everybody. Trey Burke.
Wilson is
Brown,
still out there.
Kate Brown just came in. Fogelman is in the 8. He's on the outside there, and he's going to block pit lane.
Ryan Wilson stayed out. Kyle Barnes stayed out.
There's Fogelman's 8.
Tissot is back out, and Ricky Locklear are the 4 cars that stayed on the track. Everybody else came to the pits. I mean, we're under 5 minutes here.
I'm not even going to guess. We're going to let the scores get this figured out, and then we'll tell you what we're told.
I mean, my gorilla math puts Ryan Wilson in the lead of this race. Or did he pull in?
Okay, we're being told they're going back in order after everybody fuels. That's what we're being told.
Yeah, and then we did see those 4 cars that were out on the track went into the pit area.
So while they do that, we'll take a quick break here. You're definitely not going to miss the finish of our late model Sportsman action here on Speed Sport 1.
Speed Sport 1 is the home for the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Watch top international teams push the limits of some of the fastest boats in the world, reaching speeds of up to 180 miles per hour. 14 classes, racing hull to hull, from Pro Class 1 to Super Cat. It's the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Catch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. The wait is finally over. The IHRA Stock Car Series is here, and it's on Speed Sport 1. This is what stock car racing is all about.
The International Hot Rod Association is going stock car racing.
There's big money on the line, and racers willing to push the limits for a piece of the pie.
Leaning on each other as we cross the start-finish line, head down into turn number 1.
Watch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
We are back here, the IHRA Stock Car Series round number 2, Cordele Speedway. And Rob, it is going to be really wild because we're showing on our timing and scoring about 30 seconds till the clocks go 0. 9 laps remaining. Field is full of fuel now and lined back up. Clocks have gone to 0. I'm not sure what our officials are going to do. We'll let them make the call. We'll keep our eye on Kevin Moss, our flag man. We have not been given word, but the rule is 125 laps or 2 hours, whichever comes first. We have crossed that threshold.
Well, maybe they'll factor in the time that they spent to fuel everybody up.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I don't see the 1 to go signal yet.
Yeah, we're not being told anything in our headset yet. But I'm sure our competition director, Dennis Adcock, and our race director, Robert Presley, along with series director Tim Horton and assistant series director Daniel Horton, are having a few discussions right now on how they want to wrap this up.
So you can see Loden there alongside Dylan Ward.
I don't know if we're going to get a green-white checker out of this. They're discussing how to line everybody up, too. Fogelman in the 8s trying to say he deserves to be on the outside of the 44. Dylan Newsom saying he deserves to be a few spots further forward. So a lot of conversations going on right now. Brown's holding tight to the inside there of row 2.
The good thing is everybody has fuel. See 44 Dylan Newsom there in the middle to the outside of that 52 Lance Gatlin. Gatlin's had a drama-filled race after starting back in 22nd.
Oh, yeah. Sure has.
I mean, a lot of them have involved in
everybody's had some,
multiple
right?
incidents, and able to,
nobody's been clean
one way or another, make it back out on the racetrack and be in a position here, you know, to salvage a decent finish. Well, I feel like they may
looks like
be comfortable with their lineup.
Yeah, finally guys are starting to slot into positions. Guys have been racing hard all night. Nobody wants to give up any turf.
Yeah, I mean, especially when it comes down to it, you know, you
Yep.
want to try and fight for every spot, especially you know, if you feel like you have a good case to be.
Well, even if you don't have a good case, you're going to try to make one.
That's exactly right. And you see a lot in short track racing, you know, where officials are pointing a certain way and you think, oh, I'm supposed to be in front of this guy, or I already passed him or whatever, and they're going to try and make their case. Now, ultimately, the officials win out in these situations.
Inevitably.
So, I mean,
it will be what the IHRA officials
I've seen it a
want.
million times where they give these guys 1 or 2 laps, you know, and say, listen, this is where we want you to go. And if they don't listen, then sometimes they just stop scoring them. And that's just how it is. The officials have the luxury of timing and scoring and looking at things to be able to figure out restart lineups. There are officials in the infield and people up top, so they'll get it right.
1 to go, we're told. Next time by. All right, here we go. All right, there's the 1 to go. Lights are off.
Nick Loden, Dylan Ward, row number 1. Cade Brown in the 17B and the 8 of Fogelman make up that second row. Dylan Newsom in the 44. Derek Lancaster, haven't said much about him. He started back in 21st.
Well, we're going to find out how many laps are left. We're going to find it all out together. Here we go. Green flag coming. We're back at it. Ward on the outside making a bid. Lowe trying to hold on the bottom. The 43. Going to take him a little wide. Keeps him just inside of the dirt.
What a great restart for Dylan Ward.
That should be an advantage for Loden on the bottom. The Ward hangs in there. No white flag yet. We keep going.
Dylan Ward holds off Nick Loden and already trying to pull away as his car is beat up. But finds himself out front.
I did not think Ward's car was going to be this fast with the kind of damage it had, but he's hanging. Look at that left rear quarter panel on the car. Still no white. We keep racing. Not seeing anything on our timing and scoring showing how many laps are left. But Loden's got to get going, though, because he probably doesn't know exactly how many laps are left either.
Yeah, that's right. Spotters are telling him just go, 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 go,
go. Go, go, go. Keep digging.
There
Cross
goes
the
Loden.
line again.
Yeah, Loden back on that rear bumper trying to get to his
Here
left
he comes.
rear. It's already beat up, but Loden with a run there coming off turn number 2, side by side. Can he shut the door on it in turn
Brown
3?
doing everything he can to hold on to third just in front of Fogelman right behind these guys. Still no white flag. We go again.
Yeah, Ward running a groove and holding him off.
5 to go, we're told, from this point forward. Ward, brake rotors glowing, running a wider line. Loden still can't do anything about it. Is he going to finish second twice here tonight in Cordele, Georgia? Or is he going to win one of these? Second in the pro late model race in the 43. Can he get a win here in the late model Sportsman?
Yeah,
this will be 3 to go this time by.
Dylan Ward just really doing a great job on that outside line, running right through the middle part of the racetrack and able to hold off Nick Loden.
Here
or can he? There he goes.
Him. Can he close the deal? He's got the lead.
Wow.
And Ward back to the bottom, and he turns him. Ward got in him, got him loose. Oh, man, and sliding into him, 2 cars, including the 75 machine of Coy Beard and the 00 of Kyle Barnes. Oh, man, caution number 13 coming out on the night, and it involves Nick Loden. Unbelievable. Just as he got to the lead. Let's see it.
The 43 come down, or did the...
Hard to tell from that angle. They were racing hard. Can't tell if one went down or one went up. No doubt about the contact.
Yeah, this you hate to see right here. Nowhere to go for those 2 guys.
Still can't tell.
Yeah, it's tough to make the call there.
I'm going to tell you that's hard short track racing one way or the other.
Well, you're coming down to it for sure. I mean, it's a game of inches at this point.
My guess is no matter what it was, Nick's not going to be happy about it. Right? I mean, nature of the beast. You've been running hard all night. And
I mean, he's trying to get down
to hold the line.
To hold the line, and the 7W is trying to get in front of him to where he can't get down.
Yeah.
I mean, they're just really racing for the same real estate there in turn 3.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't believe that was some kind of intentional. I'm going to move you out of the way, but it, you know, that's a tough deal, especially for him after running that entire pro late model race and having a car that can win and leading laps.
Let's see if we get a different angle here. Take one more look at it. Here we go. This might be a little better. I mean, Ward had good closing speed there. We get blocked right there as they come together. I mean, Ward ran it in there deep, but hey, that's what you got to do. You're coming to 2 to go.
2 to go. You know, I mean, again, I'm not intentionally driving in there to wipe the guy out. You know, but yeah, that's a tough deal right there. I mean, they're just 43's trying to come down to keep that low line.
Well, or at least just hold the line, right? I don't know if he moved down. He was certainly trying to hold his line, which he had every right to do. So the 7 got black flagged and is told to go to the rear. So they apparently think, the officials do, that he went in a little too hard, a little too deep. But at this point of the day, that does nothing to help Loden because he's already out of it.
Yeah, he's already out. His night's done. You know, he'll finish behind.
So that
however
means
many cars are on the racetrack.
Cade Brown and Tate Fogelman should be 1 and 2 when we go back to green with 2 laps to go.
Fogelman started 19th.
Man, unbelievable run for him. He's been involved in numerous caution periods.
Derek Lancaster started 21st, right behind him.
And he's sitting in 5th.
He's going to start
gonna
third.
Be third. Fogelman was involved in caution number 7. He went off in turn 2.
They got the 43 picked up here, and you can see throwing down some speedy dry and any fluid that came out of that car. So the safety crew and the track crew doing a fantastic job here at Cordele tonight. Unfortunately, they've been very busy. So there goes the 43 of Nick Loden. I mean, he proved he's a heck of a driver.
He sure had. That's one tough racer right there. Ran both events, led many, many laps in both, had a chance to win both, gets a second in the pro late models, and a very frustrating finish in the late model Sportsman. He's going to be a force to reckon with all season long for sure in both categories.
So they'll carry that car back to the garage area, and as we mentioned, that will set up.
And you know, if they hadn't slid into him, he might have been able to continue on.
I thought for a second there he was saving it. Like he had a shot to, he was going to lose some spots.
Yeah.
Right when he started to spin, it looked like, man, he may have that thing saved. But
so Brown's going to be on the inside, Fogelman on the outside. Then we're going to slide the 25 of Derek Lancaster up to third, and Newsom in the 44 will go to fourth. Boy, is this thing been turned upside
10
down
laps ago,
times.
did any of these top four think in their head, all right, we got a shot to win this thing?
No, Cade Brown was there early on tonight. 17 started, had a good qualifying day.
Certainly not Fogelman.
No, Brown started in the top four, right? Was he third?
Cade Brown started third. Dylan Newsom started fifth. Fogelman started 19th.
And they're going to fight to settle this one out. And I believe we're going to
Kyle Barnes in the double
here,
zero.
Right? Okay, here we go, folks. What a wild night here in round two. Late model Sportsman about to go back to green to settle it out here. Watermelon capital of the word. We're back to racing. Brown with Fogelman on the outside. Head off into turn number one. They're still door to door. Brown powering off at two. Trying to edge his way in front of Fogelman as they head into turn number three. He's got him.
Yeah, Cade Brown pushed up just a little bit there in 3 and 4.
No white flag yet. Now we're seeing 2 to go, so we should see the white flag next time by. What can Fogelman do?
There
Brown
he
got a
goes.
little loose. Fogelman got into a white flag, is out. 1 to go here at Cordele. Fogelman down to the bottom in turn 1. He's got him by a couple of inches, but then Brown coming back on the outside. Fogelman leads him down into turn number 3. Tate Fogelman trying to get his first win of 2026. He's going to do it here at Cordele Speedway. Tate Fogelman from 19th to the win in Cordele. What a run by Tate Fogelman in car number 8 here in the Crew Celebrates.
$10,000 going to the Tate Fogelman 8. Wow.
And 18 spots he picked up.
Wow. Unbelievable. What a drive. You know, I mentioned earlier he won at Talladega with the Craftsman Truck Series. I mean, how about this win? The late model Sportsman and IHRA Stock Car Series. I mean, I don't know if I've seen a crazier finish in the last 10 laps. From a fuel stop to a black flag to, I mean, everything that we saw.
And a record number of cautions.
Yes.
I mean, we're only 2 rounds into this season, and we've had all kinds of drama unfold in stock cars. It has been an incredible year already. Here's a look at the unofficial results. Don't forget they have a very intense post-race tech that they will go through. Fogelman credited with the win by 0.05 of a second over Cade Brown. That's going to be the closest finish we've had, too. Derek Lancaster will take third. Dylan Newsom fourth. Neil Meredith, he surely had an up and down night. He finishes fifth. Jeremy Mayfield will get 19th. Nick Loden gets credited with 13th. Lane Woods 15th.
Michael Foes, who started outside row 1, ends up 20th.
Led laps.
Yep.
20th, and Tyler Worley, 21st.
I mean, it's insane. Your winner started 19th, as we mentioned. Your third-place finisher started 21st. And they find themselves on the podium round 2 here at Cordele.
And when they're all in the haulers headed back to their race shops, they're going to be talking for hours about all the ups and downs every single one of the teams in the field tonight had.
Tate's going to say, I told you guys we could get to the front.
Yeah. That's going to be one worn-out race car driver.
Right there, yeah.
You. Good thing he's a young man because he needed all that strength tonight, didn't he?
26 years old, out of Durham, North Carolina. A long race comes to an end, and Tate Fogelman, 2 races, 2 different winners as he climbs out of the race car.
Well, Tate, congratulations. A series, or rather a round win here tonight in Cordele. And kind of walk us through what your thought process was throughout the entire race. A lot of cautions out there, a lot of, just bumping and racing. And here you are in the #1 spot in the podium.
Yeah, it was a really rough race. Not a good weekend for us when we first got here. A new series, new setup without the bump stops. We're used to running the cars through our stuff, so we were really out in left field. And we're bad in practice. We kept thrashing at it, made a ton of changes, qualified bad, but we just kept our head down, kept inching forward throughout the race. Got in that one incident early on. I thought the race was kind of over then, but we were able to go to the back and just rally back to the front, and luckily got a few cautions where we could get back there and get the win.
What was going through your head with that last restart there? Because a lot of things happened towards the end as time was winding down, and a lot of, scoring discussions as to how things were going to play out in the track.
Yeah, I really just didn't know. I mean, tried to get a good launch there on that last restart and get out in front of him, or at least keep him pinned down and give myself a chance. And then I was able to get up under him and make the pass, and luckily we're here.
Well, $10,000 is now yours, so congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, guys.
Well, he was saying everything was rough, but sure isn't rough when she said 10 grand is yours.
Yeah, I'm not so tired anymore once I hear that. No, that's good
Celebration is on.
Well, that's a great story. Like you said, struggling early and new package and new series and trying to figure it out. And we didn't see him at Pulaski, so his first event with us was here, and finds himself $10,000 richer in Victory Lane at Cordele.
Yeah. We've had 2 races so far this season, different winners in both categories.
In 5. Sorry, for Sarah in 3, 2, 1.
Joined now by Cade Brown, the #2 spot here on the podium here this evening. Car looking a little rough, but here we are. You made it at least top 3, got some points in the series.
Absolutely. There was a lot going on tonight. We were on the wrong side of a lot of it, and I definitely made a few mistakes on my own that I need to clean up that I'm not real proud of. But no, it stings a little bit, especially leading with that 3 to go caution. But I did all I could, and Tate was just a little better there at the end and got by me. So just good hard racing. But man, we wouldn't be out here. Scott Millington, Bob Seville, Brandon. I mean, we're having a whole lot of fun out here. So hopefully we can keep coming back and do some more racing.
I was going to say just a little motivation to come back and do more next time. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, we're going to have a few storylines to think about going into Tennessee, aren't we?
Yes, we are. Yeah, that's going to be a good one, seeing how everything shakes out and what everybody takes from their experience here at Cordele and how the race turned out for each driver. And Tate Fogelman, I think we'll see him back with the series.
I think you're right.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go straight.
Joined now by Derek Lancaster in the 25 car. Third on the podium here this evening. A long race, a lot of bumping and racing and going up and getting loose and cautions to tack it all on. What are your thoughts out there finishing here?
You know, if you'd have told me yesterday or if you'd have told me this morning we were going to come in here and finish third, I'd have said you're the biggest liar here. You know, we were just lucky to stay here. This right here goes out to my family and my crew. These guys, they never give up. They work. a lot of time I spend away from home doing this, and I miss a lot of stuff with my grandkids. But I want to thank IHRA first. All these racetracks that have teamed up with them. It means a lot to me to have a series that we can come and run in, and at least make a little bit of our investment back. I need to thank, of course, our GM directors, Bob and Carolyn. Carolyn's been under the weather. It's for you. American Record Sales, my son-in-law's business, Absolute Construction, Mark Ford, Tam, thank y'all. Bubby, Don Akers, my crew chief, works on this thing day and night. Jason, Kenny, Wayne, Jimmy, all these guys, my wife Beth, all my kids, my grandkids. Berkeley, Wyatt, I don't know if y'all are still awake. Papa third. We're getting there. Thank y'all very much.
A little emotional, just a little bit?
I just want my grandkids to be here.
All right. Well, thank you very much for your time. Congratulations. Enjoy it. And hopefully the grandkids get to come out and see you soon.
Yeah, soon. Thanks.
Daryl Cuttle, the man behind the IHRA, wanted a grassroots stock car series, the way it used to be, where the driver makes a difference behind the wheel and where any man can come in here and get a win, get on the podium, not based on budget, but based on skills, determination, hard work with their crew. And that's a perfect proof of the concept of IHRA stock car racing right there.
Yeah. He was good all night. I mean, right place, right time. He was there.
Yep.
He was stuck through the cautions, He was in and out of the pits and there when it counted. So, I mean, kudos to him. Congratulations. A great run, a great way to kind of kick off this series. I know it's round 2, but for him, I mean, to get on the box here early, that's great. And that's what we're looking for.
And Tate Fogelman proves it, as well as he passes 18 cars from 19th to the win and a $10,000 check. Well, for Sarah Daly and my buddy Rob Klepper, I'm Ralph Sheen. We sure hope you've enjoyed tonight's racing. Congratulations to Casey Roderick on the win in Pro Late Models and Tate Fogelman with the victory in our Late Model Sportsman. We are on to Tennessee next. The end of May. We sure hope you'll join us there. It's going to be a great season with the IHRA Stock Car Series. So long from Cordele, Georgia.